Hello, and thank you everybody for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today as this is June 5th, and there is so much that's going on that we're going to be happy to speak with you. If this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we want to welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. We, on every Sunday at 2:30 p.m., do a live stream reaching out to you to talk to you about the issues that matter, no matter where you are in the world, no matter what your government or the internet overlords think. We want to hear what you have to say about the issues that are important. And we're going to be talking about a lot of things. In particular, today, we're going to be talking about gun control. We're going to be talking about knives, violent crime. We're going to be talking about the solutions that you have been promised that are going to fix your life, that are going to make you safe. Let's talk about people's safety. And I want to hear what you think of everything that has been promised to you. We do apologize because just before the show, everything crashed, and so we had to reinstall everything. But we are looking forward to hearing your comments. You can call in to 607-242-1582 at any time to talk about anything, whether you agree or disagree, or there's something that you think we should be talking about. You can reach us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, sending in your chats and your comments. There's so much I want to get to today. There's so much that's happened in this last week. We've currently seen the latest round of promises that say that if you give up your rights, you give up your freedoms, if you obey the government, you're going to be safe. And I really want to delve into, are you actually going to be safe? That's a really big question. And it's something that I'm not sure that anyone believes. Our first comment of the day comes from Dow. He says, afternoon, if the government thinks they can flex so much power, why couldn't they ban allergies? That's pretty funny. I like that. But realistically, does the government really think that they can just put out another law and you're going to be safe? Because that's what they've been doing for 5 decades. The 5 decades of my lifetime, the answer has always been, well, we'll pass another law and then we'll be safe. You've heard that over and over again. We'll pass a law and we'll be safe. New York Safe Act, gun bans, magazine bans, ghost gun bans, red flag laws. They're about to put in a national red flag law. Has it made you safer? Does anyone feel like they are safer than they have ever been before? It's a big question. And I'm going to ask that question of you a little bit later today. Before I get to that, I do want to address, you've heard a lot about misinformation. You've heard a lot about disinformation in the social media. Let me ask you something. Let's look at this statement here. This is from NPR. This came out on May 31st, and I know a lot of people didn't see this. The statement from NPR is, the AR-15 is designed to blow targets apart. Its bullets travel with such velocity that they can decapitate an adult. Unfortunately, this Uvalde coroner has seen firsthand what the weapon can do to children. I want you to understand something that's very important, because this is an emotional play on you. They are manipulating you. And I want to address this because this is part of why they can do so much else, why they are using these things. I want to be very clear. An AR-15 cannot decapitate an adult or a child. It's not possible. If you're looking at a movie, if you're looking at something from Rambo or Sylvester Stallone, if you're looking at some kind of movie from Hollywood, then yeah, they can, you shoot a bullet like Tom Hanks and you'll blow up a tank. But let's be honest and let's be realistic. Anyone who has served in the United States military, like I have, anyone who has served in law enforcement across the United States, anyone who is part of the 165 million gun owners, literally 1 in 2 Americans who own a firearm and has trained on that firearm, knows that this is a lie. It's not a misstatement. It's not a confusion. It is an absolute lie. The M16, the AR-15 cannot, even the AK-47 cannot decapitate a human being. That's like nearly impossible. And yet, this is coming out, and we called it out when we saw this because someone pointed it out to us in the audience, and they said, and we had to say, where's the Disinformation Governance Board? Where are the fact checkers? Where's the misinformation hawks that we've heard so much about? Because this is factually, scientifically, empirically wrong. It is not true. It is meant to make you be afraid. It is meant for you to agree with all of these anti-Second Amendment advocates, those who are saying gun control will save your life. They are lying to you using your fear and lack of knowledge and the thought that Hollywood represents reality. And they are using that to play you, to use you, your emotions, to get what they want. This should be called out. And according to the rules of Twitter itself, NPR should be banned. They should be removed. This is the rules of the left, not the rules of conservatives, not my rule. I believe in free speech, almost absolutely believe in free speech. But I want you to understand, you're being lied to by NPR on something that is scientifically, factually incorrect. And this is how they get to manipulate you. And I don't know if a lot of people saw that. Hang on. I want to get back to some of the comments here. So Dow says, if anything, it shifts fear from criminals who have to worry about a long train of abuses from government corporations. Now, Hot Chicks, hello, Hot Chicks. And user has been banned, says that he had, what? But a plane hit my boat and I lost, I don't know what that means. Okay. Dow says Brendan Herrera made the point that explosives might come up from a 50 caliber BMG, anything smaller. Well, by the way, folks, a 50 caliber BMG, it's a big gun. This is a sniping gun. It's used for anti-tank. It is something that you do not carry. The average person does not own this, okay? And I understand that people like Representative Sheila Jackson Lee has misquoted the AR-15. It says it fires a 50 caliber bullet. No, it doesn't. It never has. It doesn't. There's a massive difference. It is the difference between a penny and a silver dollar, as an example. There is no comparison between the two. And that's just, and I'm trying to make this honest and realistic for you. Because when they say these lies, you have this image in your mind that does not equate to reality. And it is there only for you to be afraid. And I will go to any statistic you want on the AR-15 and a 50 caliber gun. They're not the same at all. You don't have to believe me. As we're speaking, go to Google, do a Google search, and you will find the evidence. It is that easy to find out. So the question is, why would they tell you that we're going to see that people are getting decapitated? Why are they going to say that to you when they know it is factually wrong? Because they're counting on the fact that you're never going to check. Because their name is NPR, they're assuming you're just going to go, well, it must be true. Must be true because NPR said it. That's just a lie. It's scientifically not correct. And they're using your emotions and your trust in the big names to be honest, even though they're not. And that is how we see social media manipulate this, because they count on the fact that you're just going to trust them and never question it. It's kind of like when we heard that, and I'm a little out of order here, but Joe Biden on Thursday was speaking to the nation. He told the nation that the biggest threat to kids was guns. That is a lie. It's not even like a misstatement. It's not a question. It is a out and out lie. And I have this, and I want to pull it up for you. And I have a lot of comments that I want to bring up for everybody. But Joe Biden out and outright lied to the American people when he said, hey, this is that our biggest fear should be for our children, because the number one threat to children is guns. That is a lie. Then Number one for ages 1 through 14, accidents. The number two, cancer. That's the fact. And I have, where's the CDC? I have their article. Here it is. I want to show it to you guys. This is the CDC. This is the CDC, Centers for Disease and Control Prevention. This is, you were told by Joe Biden, nationally, international news, that the biggest threat to children is guns. Here's the CDC. Mortality on children. Let's get this right. Leading causes of death, age 1 to 4, 5 to 9, 10 to 14, accidents, unintentional injuries, the number one threat. Number two, congenital malformations for kids 1 to 4, cancer, and self-harm or cancer. The biggest threats to kids are cancer after accidents. That's the reality. You have been lied to. Joe Biden came out on national TV and lied to you. Where are the fact checkers? Where's the disinformation governance board? Where is all this information that's supposed to be protecting you from the lies? The lie came from the government itself. It is proven by the CDC itself. You can, at the end of the show, you will see the links to everything we're talking about. You can look it up for yourself. Don't believe me? Check. This is what the CDC says. It is in the face of it, saying that Joe Biden lied to you. Not the first time. If you're wondering, Joe Biden lied to you about how many Americans are abandoned in Afghanistan at this moment. He initially said it's 100. Then they came out with 85. Then they said it's 249. Then they said it was 6. Then they said it was 100. The number keeps changing so much that they stopped talking about it. Joe Biden has lied to you more than once. And here it is, just Thursday. And I'm pulling this up today, June 5th. And I am showing you the lie on top of the lie that NPR just presented to you. So I'm not trying to make this up. I'm trying to give you the information. And let me ask you, if they're lying about simple facts, about the actual empirical, real, actual damage of an AR-15, if they are lying to you about what's affecting children in this nation, if they are lying about the Americans they abandoned in Afghanistan and in Ukraine, let me ask you, what else are they lying to you about? Let's talk about these things, because the news media obviously won't. They will not call out Joe Biden for these lies. They will not call out NPR for these lies. They will not call out anyone who is pushing the approved message, because it's their message. It's your emotions they want to manipulate. They don't want you to think. They want you to obey. And is that a good thing? You tell me. Do you think it's good that you must obey the government as it factually lies to you, as I am showing you live on this program, and will include the links? Because I don't want you to just believe me. I want you to know for yourself. Let me go back to some of the comments before I go further. User has been banned says, just wait for the crackpot climate action New York wants to take. With the people currently in charge, it will be a disaster. Just like schools were a disaster and a big threat. David, hello. Bright David says, and how about drugs? And I agree. Drugs is another big problem, because we're not talking about the overdose deaths or what's causing that. Thank you. I want to address that too. Dow mentions that NPR knows low information people who don't check on this information. If NPR says it, if MSNBC, CNN, if the news media say it, then they're just going to believe it. And they're surprised by how these injuries are so grievous. But it's not the reality. User has been banned mentions that cancer could be from feeding kids trash foods at McDonald's and other sources where they use the, they call it, what is it? Pink goo is what it's actually called. There's an article on this. So you can look this up for yourself. McDonald's doesn't actually use food. They use a paste, which is called, I believe, pink goo, to make hamburgers. It's not real. It's not real hamburger. And so maybe that's one of the causes. And you know what? User has been banned. That could be correct. Bright David, who's, I believe, new on the channel, thank you for joining us, says, I don't see any safe there. Guns mostly should be banned. Bright David, I disagree. And please watch the program. And I respect that you're telling me you think guns should be banned. I take a very different view because I don't think guns are the problem, especially when we know that the government is lying to us and they are misinterpreting information. They are presenting a lie to the public because they will not address the core issue. And let me say very clearly, I have always stated, and I continue to say, that the only way we can address violent crime, all violent crime, especially when we come to mass shootings, whether at schools or anywhere else, the answer is what makes an individual decide that their only answer is to harm innocent individuals, innocent civilians, whether it's at a school or a gun-free zone, whether it's in Orlando or San Bernardino, the New York subway, Buffalo, down in Texas. It doesn't matter because the question is, what is making them do that? In Oklahoma, we saw it was because someone had pain and they didn't have medication for that. We've seen individuals who've done it because they're just crazy. We've seen it because people who are angry with the government, who are black supremacists, white supremacists. We have to understand, why are they doing that? Because they've done it with cars, they've done it with bombs, they've done it with knives, they've done it with guns. These insane, demonic individuals don't care the weapon they use. They want to hurt innocent individuals. And the question we should be asking is, why are they doing that and how do we address that? Not saying that the tool they used is the problem and therefore we have to fix that. Because if we look at that, everything they have told us is not true. They said it's because of white supremacy, which doesn't explain the New York subway attacker who is a black supremacist. Or in Waukesha, the gentleman who used a car to run over people at a Christmas Day parade because of the color of their skin. That wasn't about white supremacy, that was black supremacy. What about the guy in Oklahoma who did it because he was in pain? What about that? We were told it's because of the way people speak. Again, what happened in Oklahoma refutes that. And there are other cases we can talk about. So again, it's not the guns that are the problem. That's just a way to get politics through. That is a way to get you to vote in a certain way and support ideas. And by the way, as we will show in this program, as we have shown in many videos for 15 years, not one thing that is being promised today is going to make you safer. I will show you the proof. I will explain exactly why I can say unequivocally, like we have been saying for 15 years, everything that they have told you, everything we're hearing from appointed Governor Hochul, from Joe Biden, from the far left, they are wrong. It will not make you safer, not even for a second. But I do respect, and Bright David, I am not picking on you. I'm talking about the issue, and I want us to understand the issue so that we can have an understanding. Because I don't believe guns are the problem. It doesn't make any difference. But I will confirm that, and I will go through that for you. But I'm not picking on anyone who says, I don't agree. I want to hear that argument. Please explain to me why I'm wrong as we go through the evidence. User has been banned says, I was so mad when I got to high school, they canceled the archery club. They used to have shooting clubs too. And they did in the 1950s, 1960s, for many decades. We taught kids how to use a bow and arrow. We taught kids how to use knives in home ec. We taught them how to use guns. Why did we stop? It wasn't because of mass shootings. It wasn't because of school shootings. That's not the reason why we did it. It's because someone said, well, guns are scary. because movies said guns are scary. Did that make anyone safer? No, it has not. I know, and I'm going to talk about stabbings as well. I want to get to that. Let me take a step back, though. Before I get to that, as people who have been watching the program for a long time are aware, we don't just look at the headlines. We look at the issues that are affecting everyone around the world. One of those issues happens to be the lack of an international policy by the Biden-Harris administration. And because we don't have an international policy, guess what? The world is destabilizing, and we are seeing regions around the world that are becoming more dangerous for everyone. And the biggest threat to the world is not World War III. That's just not true. The biggest threat to the world at this moment is the fact that we may be facing 3, maybe 4 regional conflicts around the world all at the same time. We have said that many times, and I stand by that. Our threat isn't World War III. We're not going to have a nuclear war, most likely. What we will have is multiple regional conflicts all happening at once, and we have seen that the Biden-Harris administration can't handle that. They can't even handle one conflict. As an example, they can't even handle what happened in Afghanistan by itself because they have no plan. They couldn't handle what's going on with Russia-Ukraine. Remember, we were told in 2021, Biden already knew what Russia was going to do. What was the plan he offered the world to stop that? He didn't have one. That's a problem. That is a failure of international diplomacy, and that has led to famine in Sri Lanka and most of Africa. People are starving. We're looking at energy prices increasing, 40-year highs in inflation, not just in the United States, but in the European Union as well. They're at 8.1% in inflation. The world is going into a recession, if not stagflation, with some, including Deutsche Bank, saying that we could possibly be going into a depression. That is the consequence of not having a plan. And that is what we are facing today. Let me continue to show you what I'm talking about here, because we're talking about North Korea. North Korea in 2022 alone, forget any other year, 2022 alone, they have fired 18 hypersonic missiles and ICBMs. 18. They just fired this week 8 missiles. 8. Now, people are going to say to me, well, Mike, I see North Korea fired 8 short-range ballistic missiles off the sea, off their coast towards Japan, threatening South Korea, allies of the United States that the United States has guaranteed we will protect. Why is this a big deal? We've been talking about this since the beginning of the year. We've been talking about it since they fired the first missile this year. Major media isn't talking about North Korea or the threat. Let me ask you something. Why is that a big deal? Well, one, if even one of these missiles actually hits any ship or plane from Japan, we're at war. If it hits any plane, building, a boat in South Korea, we're at war. Actively at war. On top of that, North Korea is making a very simple statement. Not only can they fire missiles that can reach the United States, not only do they have nuclear weapons, so we can be attacked in the United States with nuclear weapons. Not only that, but they're also making it very clear that they have more than enough of these missiles to do this more than once. It's not one time and they're done. They have nothing else. They're letting us know they can wage a nuclear war with multiple warheads reaching anywhere in the United States, as well as the European Union, as well as every ally of the United States. And they're telling us they have more than enough weapons to do that. Don't you think that should be something that the American people are thinking about? Isn't that important to make sure that when we have the elections in 2022, the midterm elections, that we are electing people who are aware of this and have a plan? Shouldn't America be talking about what is our plan to deal with North Korea, because they are actively telling us they can and will have the will to commit an international war against the United States allies and the United States itself? Does this not mean we should be talking about that? Because this channel has been talking about it since January. And we are now 18 missiles and ICBMs later. This is a threat to our national safety. Why is no one talking about this? Let me go back to some of the comments before I go any further. And yes, on this channel, we talk about more than just one thing. We're going to talk about a lot of things. So, user has been banned mentions that mismanagement by the corrupt and unqualified oligarchs running the world, nations, and companies are one of the problems. Dal says that he used to have a metal shop, wood shop in public school. Most schools now don't have that unless you go to a tech school. Too much liability, trouble for injuries among the students. Well, I remember when I went to high school, we had wood shop, we had a metal shop, we had an auto shop, we had home ec. I'm 54. We had these things. Why can't we have them now? I mean, seriously, why can't we have this now? It's a matter of discipline amongst our students, and that's about it. We can do this because we have done this. All we have to do is make sure our kids are disciplined and know and have someone who's watching over them who has knowledge, and they can gain these skills. But we stopped doing that. Why did we stop doing that? Because our kids aren't accountable. They don't have responsibility. And that's a major problem for the United States. That's a major problem for the world. At least in my opinion, I think so. You can tell me you think I'm wrong, but tell me, why am I wrong? Because I think that's important. Sorry, I'm trying to bring up an article because it's important to know that right now we're looking at a problem that's going to be a big problem. And of course, because I had to reset my computer, this is coming up. And it's hidden behind the paywall right now. Let me see if I can get rid of this. Come on. I had it just... Okay. Well, it's not showing now. And I apologize for this. But the other story I wanted you to know. Besides having a problem with North Korea, besides not teaching our kids essential skills to be able to live, we have the bird flu. Another thing that we've been talking about on this channel since back in the beginning of January. Remember, we know the White House has already admitted there's going to be a food shortage in the fall. We know that across the world, there is an avian bird flu right now that has destroyed chickens and turkeys and ducks all across the world. We know that 35 states have active cases of bird flu. And we know that over 38 million chickens and turkeys have been destroyed. What you probably didn't notice is this week, Hormel that makes a bunch of the food for the United States, like chili, which I like a lot, their Hormel chili. Guess what? They're increasing their prices. The cost of the foods that Hormel makes are going up because they had to get rid of those chickens. That's separate of the fact that prices are going up because of the energy costs of being able to transport this. No, prices are going up besides of inflation and the food shortage. Well, we also have the bird flu, which is why on this channel, we have been saying consistently since January, we have told you, buy extra food. Buy it now. There's two reasons for that. One, there's a food shortage that we know is coming. Will the United States be affected the same way that Sri Lanka is? No, of course not. Will England or France or Germany, will the first and second world nations be affected like Africa? No, of course not. But we will be affected. There will be food shortages. People will be affected. Buy now. Why? Prices are going up. If you've been listening to us since January, even February, you've been buying about 10% more every time that you go to the store. And that means you have been saving money while being able to provide for yourself and your family more food, which they need. And that's a great thing. That's not panic buying. That's not freaking out and emptying out the shelves. We do not recommend that. But we will say again, as a public service announcement, buy 10% more food. Buy food that will be long lasting. If we are absolutely wrong, and we would hope to God that we are, but if we are wrong, then you will have extra food at lower cost, and you can donate that to the homeless, which we advocate for, or to veterans, or to any organization you want, to your local church. You'll have that option. But you'll still save money because the cost since February has been going up, and it's not about to stop. And we're telling you that because Hormel is telling you that, because food producers and farmers are telling you that, because the White House has already told us that. And the very same White House that has no plan internationally, that has no plan for Russia or for North Korea, the same White House that is telling you you need to be afraid and to just trust them, have no plan for the food shortage they already told us is coming. So much so that they won't mention it because they're afraid you won't vote for them. That's important. Let me get back to some of the comments here. User has been banned says he's noticed most kids today can't even use a screwdriver. They strip the bits and they don't know how to do that. And that's college age kids, as he's mentioning. It's sad and true. So many people, we don't know the basic things. Kids don't know how to make foods anymore. We don't know how to preserve foods. We don't know how to grow foods. We have become exactly what the Obama administration told us. We are a service economy. We don't know how to make things anymore. We know how to order things. We get things produced from other countries, like China predominantly, and other countries around the world. They make stuff for us and they bring it to us, but we don't actually know how to make anything or how to fix anything. It's one of the reasons why our infrastructure, the roads and bridges, our electric grid are falling apart. And we don't have enough electricians and carpenters. We don't have enough plumbers and machinists to fix these things. We haven't had that for about 5 years now. We are in a shortage. And I want to tell you, if you're a younger person, you're 18, 19, 20, even 25, one of the best jobs you could possibly get for now and in the future, become an electrician, a carpenter, a plumber, a machinist. That is in demand. We need those desperately. And those jobs are going to pay you $250,000 or more on average as we go further. There are already jobs that pay 6 figures. This is something that's important. And no one in the media wants to tell you about that. They don't want to talk about the bird flu. They stopped talking about the bird flu back in March, when we've been talking about it since the entire year, and we continue to talk about it. And we're not done talking about it because it's a big deal. This is where our government is failing us. They are failing our students. And again, I want you to understand, we have to understand this in context. If they have no plan, if they are actively failing us, why do we trust them with guns and knives and violence and they tell us that they have the answer? Why should we believe them if they can't figure out anything else? Why does this make them, why are they correct now on guns, but they can't figure out anything else? We should have a healthy dose of distrust. I'll give you another example. Looking at Seattle. Seattle admits at this time, this is from the Seattle Times. This is on June 4th, yesterday, 6 a.m. And the Seattle Times is even admitting that the whole defund the police ideology that has been executed by the city of Seattle has completely failed. It is from beginning to end a failure. It is not doing anything that it's supposed to do. In fact, it's making the situation worse. This is coming from the Seattle Times. I'm not saying it. The left is saying this. In fact, he starts off, Whether you think defund the police has some merit to it or not, it's become clear that no entity in the country has bungled the idea more than the city of Seattle. This is from the Seattle Times. This is the left-leaning newspaper talking about the left-leaning city and the left-leaning policy that they instituted. This is about progressives talking about progressive ideology and its failure. I don't need to make it up. The city council initially cut the police budget by 17%. They didn't even make it to 50%. They have lost 400 officers. And in Seattle, crime has increased. The social civil unrest has increased. Everything in the infrastructure of the city has fallen apart. And we are seeing the Seattle Times admit this themselves. The left is telling you their ideas failed. Doesn't matter if you agree with defunding the police or not. It hasn't worked. The social experiment, the experiment that progressives have used on you, the idea that progressives have used against you has failed on so many, many levels. And part of the reason why it has failed is because when we listen to these progressives, when we look at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a leader of the Democratic Socialists of America, a leader of the progressive movement, they don't know what they're talking about. All they have are emotions. Remember, as she said on 60 Minutes, which I can't show you because 60 Minutes has a global block. If I try and show you her interview with 60 Minutes, this will be banned across the world, the entire video. They've done it before. They'll do it again. So you have to look that up on your own. But AOC says it's becoming increasingly difficult for people to defend the stance that we live in a democracy, in a true one. What the real truth of the matter is, we're living in an oligarchy that has democratic moments. This is fundamentally stupid and wrong. Fundamentally wrong. We do not live in a democracy. We never have. We have a constitutional republic. America is a constitutional republic. We have never been a democracy. We use that term because it's easier to say and it gets across the message, but America has never been a democracy. A sitting member of Congress who is there to represent people should know it's never been a democracy. It's not about being a democracy. That's why she's a representative in Congress, because it's not a democracy. It is a representative. We have a representative government. We have a republic. But she says this because she knows people will feed into the lie that she is putting out there because of feelings, which she told us in 60 Minutes, she's more concerned about being, she was more concerned about feelings than she is about being factually correct, semantically correct, empirically correct. She doesn't believe in the truth. She believes in feelings, and as long as your feelings align with hers, then she gets more power and you get less freedom. This is what she's looking for. That's why when we see these social experiments, like in Seattle, they fail. And why we're being experimented on by the federal government and local governments. Now, you may think that's a great idea. That's fine. But let me ask you, when this experiment fails, as we have seen in 22 cities across this nation since 2020, 2.5 years, when we see these social experiments fail completely on every level, bail reform, social justice, just pick the issue. When they fail, let me ask you, why are we still doing it? It's one thing to say, well, we have to have this experience to find out what's going on. Okay. And when it fails, why are we continuing to do it? Let me ask. By the way, I'm making sure that our phone is on, just in case anyone wants to call in. Our phone line is on. I just wanted to confirm that. So if you want to call in and tell me you think I'm wrong, please too. So let me go back to some of the comments here. Yes, user, I know I can hit the stop button as it loads, but sometimes that doesn't work. As I said, I had to reset my entire system just before the show came on. So I apologize that some of the links are a little difficult to see. But they will be included at the end of the show, every link for everything we're speaking about. John Cordisco says, he's been away for 2 weeks in Tennessee. I hope you had a great trip in Tennessee, John. I'm thankful that you're back with us here, but you can see us anywhere in the world. Mike Bowie says, it's time for a federal police force. Mike Bowie, I believe that's exactly what we're getting. We are removing local and state and law enforcement, and we are isolating the power of our government in a smaller and smaller group of elites who get to have everything we don't get as citizens, and they're telling us how we should live our lives. And that's dangerous. It is a dangerous idea. Yeah, and John mentions that he's gotten a community strike on a 1.5-year-old video. Trust me, I have too. They are looking for anything to shut down us talking about the facts. Again, I'm looking at left-leaning sources. This isn't from the right. This isn't from Republicans. I'm going to the left as much as possible to point out this is how their ideology fails. And I'm asking a very simple question. Why are we continuing to have these experiments when the experiment has failed? If we're being scientific, if we're following the science, well, science says if your experiment fails, repeatedly fails, your hypothesis, your idea, your theory is wrong, and you need to start over. But somehow in politics, that's not the case. Okay, we got the first call in today to the show, and I want to thank you for calling in. This is Michael Voss, and may I ask, what's your first name?
Hey, Mike. How are you?
Hey, John. Good to have you here.
Well, I was talking to a mutual friend of ours, Mike, when I returned to New York, and he says, how's it being back in occupied America?
Yeah, it feels like it more and more, doesn't it?
I'll tell you, it's amazingly different down there. I'm not saying the people are better. They just have a different culture, way of looking at things. I don't like to say one type of people is better than another, but it's a lot different, a lot more casual. People are friendlier. Businesses are booming now. I mean, I'm on the highway going down and coming back. Once you get through the Pennsylvania-Virginia line, the semis on the highway and they're jammed for 90% of the traffic. Commerce is booming now. It's quite amazing.
It's booming in a lot of places that aren't the most progressive. You look at California, you look at New York, you look at Illinois, Maryland, and the most Democratic, even in Michigan. When we look at the most progressive states across the nation, they have such huge failures. People are leaving those states as fast as they can at levels that are huge, almost unprecedented. And there has to be a reason. I mean, New York, New Jersey, California, those are the top 3 leading states over the last decade, consistently. New York every year, where people are leaving.
Well, it's funny, like the old saying about how kids learn. Even a 2-year-old knows once it touches the hot stove, it'll never do it again. But unfortunately, adults putting their hand on the hot stove continuously over time and calling it progress.
Yeah.
It's
go ahead.
It's crazy.
It's insane to me. And I have to say, you know, I'm looking at this, and today's show is about, and I'm going to be getting to guns. I'm going to be getting to the promises that were made to us of safety in exchange for our freedoms. But I think it's also important to talk about the things that are going on around that, because that's the big message.
It's not about the gun. It never really was. It's about taking them away. Then you have to ask yourself, why do they want all the guns gone? Then you'll get your answer.
That's one of the answers. But let me ask you something different about what we're talking about so far. Yeah, are you aware? Is anyone else talking about the fact, and I know you're a YouTube channel yourself, John, do you see anyone else talking about the fact that we have 18 missiles, possibly with the capability of holding nuclear weapons, being fired by North Korea? Isn't that an example of our failed international policy and a danger to the United States and our allies?
Sure, and I'll tell you, in a weird way, China's in a box too, because I don't think they like the provocation of North Korea, but they're kind of like the crazy stepbrother, you know. I mean, you're stuck with them, but you got to deal with them the best you can. I think they're in a box on North Korea. They're going to find a way to get out of that.
Well, I know that most recently, based on the North Korea, according to The Guardian, and I won't bring that up, according to The Guardian, the United States tried to enact more sanctions against North Korea. Remember, sanctions seems to be the only thing that the Biden-Harris administration knows how to do. They just put more and more sanctions over and over again, even though North Korea has been living with sanctions for decades. Russia has been living with sanctions for decades. China has been living with sanctions for decades. This is not new. But the most recent round of sanctions offered by the Biden-Harris administration were shot down in the UN by Russia and China.
Yeah, because they're on the Security Council now.
Yeah, and they shut it down. So even if you think, well, the answer is we need more sanctions and that will stop them, that's the answer. Russia and China said no. And China, whether they agree with what North Korea is doing or not, it's too late. They're standing behind them anyway.
Speaking of China, I see there was a letter sent to President Biden by two senators begging him to keep the tariffs on the Chinese goods. And one of them was Elizabeth Warren. I was really shocked.
I'm not shocked that Elizabeth Warren, much
I
like
forget
me,
who the other one was. One was Republican. I forget who it was offhand.
I think that any of the Democrats right now, in fact, many of the Republicans as well, they are doing anything they think that will get them votes. We are in full swing. The government is doing so badly on so many levels, which includes Republicans as well as Democrats. Democrats are leading the charge, but many Republicans are falling in line with it because they think they will get votes.
Well, no, because they care more about what the New York Times, if you're a Republican congressman, you care more about the New York Times calling you a racist than you do what your constituents.
Yeah. Now, mind you, I'm a Republican myself, and I want people to understand. Yes, you're looking at a black Hispanic Republican, a conservative. We exist. I've been doing this for 15 years. It's not a new thing.
Oh, you're an avatar then.
Right? But I want people to understand. I can still see the fault on where the Republican Party hasn't stepped up. They should be having this argument too.
They've been a speed bump to the Democrats for 40, 50 years.
Yes, but we need this. So I want to understand. Now, I do blame progressives mostly, but I have to put some blame on the Republicans for saying they're letting, whether we allow this because we're not voting these Democrats out, whether we're not holding Republicans accountable for putting up a better plan.
Yeah, we've been down this road. The Democrats will scrub so bad, the Republicans take over, and then when they get in charge, they don't do anything.
And that's where my anger is. That's my problem with the Republican Party.
That's why I like right now. I think the Republican Party is going through a major, we'll say, change. So is the Democratic Party. But the thing of it is, the Democrats are going extremely left. I think Republicans are moving in the right direction as the neocons slowly pushed out over time.
No, I hope they are. Let me ask you something, John. You follow a lot of the news around the world and around the nation. Did you hear about...
It's like getting a drink out of a fire hose, though. There's so much going on.
There is, but there really isn't. There is and there really isn't. It's the way that the media is presenting it. As an example, did you hear about the fact that there was a guy in L.A. yesterday who went in, he stabbed a couple of doctors, not shot them, not Oklahoma. He stabbed them with knives. and then he tried to
Right.
commit suicide. Did you
Right.
hear about that?
Yeah, briefly. I didn't read the story, but I saw the headline.
Okay. Let me ask you something that's interesting about that, because it's coming from the LA Times, and we know that the guy who did this, well, they don't want to really talk about this. They don't want to talk about who this guy is. But we do know that for some reason he just walked into a hospital and decided to stab a bunch of people. That's what the eyewitnesses are reporting about this. No
Yeah,
real reason.
there was a guy that went in and killed a doctor over the fact he wouldn't give him pain meds or something about 3 or 4 days ago. Kind of the same scenario.
Well, not quite, because in Oklahoma, yes, that's the Oklahoma event. And that was a guy who did it because he was in pain and the doctor wouldn't give him pain meds. Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Right.
But in Encino, California, the guy just walked in and did it. It wasn't about pain meds. He just wanted to kill people. He's that kind of crazy.
You ever get an explanation, at least crazy explanation, why he did it?
No, there's none.
No, there's no note left or a letter. Usually they like to
Nothing.
leave something behind that explains why they did it.
He didn't die.
Right.
But he tried to kill himself. But
No, what I mean is sometimes they'll post on public media, or they'll leave a letter at their house, or put a letter on his person explaining why he's doing the things he's doing. They like to do that.
right, nope. So far, nothing. But
All right. Well, at least they're not saying it. It might be true, but they're not letting it out.
yeah, well, that may be the case. But at this moment, I have no answer on that. But here's the thing that I find interesting about it. We've been told the lie that children are dying because of gun deaths. That's the leading cause, which is a lie according to the CDC. We know that the Biden administration has lied to us on other issues before. Now, we're being told that we have to be terrified of guns. Let me ask you, as just a regular person, what do you know about knife crime in the United States?
What do I know about what?
Knife crimes, people being stabbed.
I haven't seen much about it, but I know in London it was a big deal. They tried to ban knives, which is really stupid.
Okay. Did you know that when you take away guns, the proportion of people who get stabbed increases?
Well, of
Across
course,
the
that's just
world?
that just makes sense. It's like, if you stand out in the rain, you get wet. I mean,
Well, no, we've been told that that doesn't happen. We've been told that if we get rid of guns, none of the mass killings will happen anymore.
well, they got rid of the guns in London, and then there was a whole bunch of killings with knives, and so the morons try to ban knives. I mean, you don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to figure it out.
Well, apparently we do. And by the way, I have the data from the World Population Review on stabbings in 2022. The highest percentage of knife-related homicides from 2013 to 2016, Cuba, Grenada, Morocco, Poland, Sri Lanka, Hungary. These are some of the highest nations in the world. Top 10 in the world include India, Russia, Mexico, China. This is the answer they're trying to tell us. Get rid of the guns. Well, these nations have the most stabbings, and we know that in Europe.
Getting rid of guns saves lives is just a smokescreen.
Well, that's my point. We see that knife violence in Europe has gone up by 34%. We know that there have been mass killings, including one in Asia, where more than 140 people were stabbed, resulting in 29 deaths. That was in 2014.
All right.
So mass stabbings happen too. But did you know about that?
I knew the violence with knives went up. I don't know about worldwide and the exact numbers, but I know it's going up.
So when we see that, does that, knowing this now, as I'm giving you some of the data, I'm showing it on screen, and it's reported internationally, does that make you feel safer or less safe knowing what the government is telling us today?
Well, of course you feel less safe. I mean, and I just came from a state with constitutional carry. And I'll tell you, I walk into the Walmart there. It's a small town in central Tennessee. It's about maybe 30,000 in the county. You walk into a Walmart in any public place, if something breaks out, I'll bet you a third of the people there are armed. I feel real comfortable.
Okay.
In fact, it's funny that these morons say, there's a gun-free zone. Well, what it really means is a defenseless citizen zone.
And that's terrifying to me.
And I'll tell you, they said
Mhm.
Representative, what's his name, Massey,
Yeah, Tom
lists
Massey.
like 30 things right in a row where an armed person saved a whole bunch of people, but we don't hear about that unless you really dig.
Yeah, good guy with a gun. It's a reality. Happens
Yeah.
about
It's,
2
it's like
million times a year.
AOC said she was actually scared when she went to the vote after the riot that some of the Congress members were armed. I'm thinking, wait a minute. If I'm fearful for my life and I'm in a huge room with a bunch of congressional people for security, I'm going to ask right out, who's armed here? And who raises their hand? I'm going to stand behind them, you idiot.
Well, that's assuming, that's if you assume that they have good intentions. But if you look at everyone who's armed as an evil person.
No. I meant I'd rather stand behind an armed person when all hell breaks loose than not. I mean, it's just common sense.
Oh, no, I agree with you and I understand it. But the point of view from the progressives and the left is, well, these people are under the influence of the evil gun, so they're just as dangerous.
Well,
which makes no sense.
What are they called? City urban liberal types.
Yeah.
That's the acronym for cult.
That's interesting. I hadn't heard that acronym
I
before.
heard that on Tim Pool a while back. He calls them city urban liberal types, and of course, the acronym is cult, which I think is extremely appropriate.
It does sound like it.
They're just brainwashed, and that's the problem for you and I. We try to influence people on our YouTube channels and in person. Talk to a lot of people. It gets to a point where you're just going to have to. Most of the people that you're trying to convert over to common sense and rationality, you're just going to have to say, I'm wasting my time. I'm talking to a golden retriever and move on.
See, but I don't agree. I think that just like when I was talking about the bird flu, and I've been talking about since the beginning of the year, the economy of the economy of the United States, I think that the more informed people are, what the hell's going on? The more I inform people, the less fearful people are going to be. I think that's the reality.
That's in theory, but if there's some people like we were just talking about that use the same policies over and over and over and over with horrible results, they continue on doing it. How do you get through to those people? Good luck.
You tell them the truth. We point out.
Well, we have, and slowly over time, people are being changed. There's a good 35% of the country that just will not change their ideology, period.
That's okay. You know what? They don't have to. Here's the thing.
So,
we don't need 100% of people to agree with us.
Sure, we need 50, 51, 55, something like that.
Yeah. And I think that and this is why I do this program, and I think why you do it is to make people aware and say, okay.
Right. Now I meant for the average person walking around that as a relative or a friend or even a spouse or in-laws, you've got to pick and choose because time is ticking away. You've got to pick and choose when you think you can get through to somebody, and some people you just know you can't get through to, and you got to make that decision.
Well, there's some people we can't reach no matter how much evidence we put in front of them.
That's what I mean. So we got to pick and choose who we talk to individually as we try to persuade them.
And I do. And I thank my audience for being the audience that they are, that they do follow this, that we do bring up so many things and they find out stuff too. Because there's just not enough information out there.
Yeah, like I just got off my community guideline strike a month ago, and I got another one now. Now, of course, it's not two because they don't accumulate if you don't. But a year and a half old video on the January 6th riot when the young lady was killed. And I didn't imply at all that there was any fraud. Didn't even hint at it. And even appealed it, and they still said no. And I got mad at first because you've gotten strikes before for nonsense. Yeah. And I thought to myself, you know what? This is very encouraging. That means a little dinky channel like mine with less than 1,000 subscribers is a threat to them. They're panicking.
They're panicking because the reality is, and there's video evidence of it, the woman who died at January 6th, she was unconscious, laying on the ground as Capitol Police were beating her with a baton. That is a fact. That is video evidence. Fact checkers can double check that if they want. She was unconscious. She didn't die of a drug overdose. she was unconscious, laying on the ground, being beaten by a Capitol Police officer.
She was struck by a bullet. I mean,
I am not aware of any bullet. I am aware.
oh no, the one January 6th, the Air Force veteran that was shot.
No. We're not talking about. I'm not talking about Ashley Babbitt.
That's who I was talking about.
There were 4 people who died. All of them because of police. None of them because of the civilians attacking police officers.
They put that Capitol Police officer in the rotunda on display after he died when he had, what was it, a heart attack or a stroke or something 2 or 3 days later. I mean, these people are nuts.
He had a stroke afterwards.
And the thing of it is, though, that's the PR stuff that they use in Soviet bloc countries in the old days.
Yeah, it is.
It's exactly what it is.
And because we're talking about it, we're disinformation. Even though there is video evidence exists. It is out there in the public. It is real. But because we're talking about factually, empirically correct information that can be verified and has been verified, we are now the bad guys.
We'll say that we can actually make the case for the gentleman had a stroke because of what happened January 6th. We can't, but we'll just say we can for the sake of argument.
Right.
To put him on honor of the rotunda showing is way like Soviet propaganda nonsense.
It is so extreme, and we've already seen that in court. There's 720 people who've been arrested and in jailed, and over 500 of them have the same charges that have been thrown out by a judge saying, no, they weren't trespassing, and throws out, there's over 500 people, the case is being thrown out. But the media won't talk about that.
Yeah, but the problem is when they do go to trial, they don't intimidate them in pleading guilty. When they do go to trial, they're going in to jurors and judges that are in the D.C. area. Well, it's already tainted already.
Exactly, and we've already seen that even the prosecutors don't want to charge these people with the charges that politicians are asking for. It's kind of scary. And when I'm putting this together, I don't believe that the charging the people in January 6th as if they were all terrorists, because they all weren't, and charging people because they own guns as if they're terrorists, which 99.994% of Americans aren't, that own firearms. This kind of overreaction, I don't believe it makes anyone safe.
It's like a very powerful wounded animal lashing out because they don't know what else to do.
But I think it makes it more dangerous, and you can tell me your opinion.
Oh yeah, it makes them very dangerous. A powerful wounded animal is very dangerous.
Yeah, and that's where we're looking at right now. They are lashing out at Americans for asking questions.
I'll tell you what I'm more concerned about. I'm not concerned about Congress and the Senate. I'm more concerned about the vast majority of the people in the FBI and the DOJ. Those are the ones that, what they call the deep state in a lot of ways, those are the ones I'm really fearful of. Because you can change presidents' members, but those guys are always going to be there for the next 20 years.
And we've seen them do things like with the IRS, and the scandal there, the VA, Veterans Affairs scandal that happened there. We've seen many scandals. Even with the DOJ, there's been several scandals, and we can see the results of what's happening with Burnham right now.
I'm just hoping, this is just a personal hope and prayer, that there's so many people, good people in the DOJ and the FBI and even in the IRS. I mean, I think the vast majority are probably good, decent people, especially in the DOJ and FBI that took an oath, and they're afraid to say anything. These guys, or men and women, are going to have to come out. Now, whether they expose themselves personally or do it anonymously, it's going to start leaking here very soon. In fact, a lot of it is done with Veritas already. They have FBI people coming up forward.
Yeah, it has been. Veritas has been doing a great job with that.
Oh, yeah, and that's why they hate him. But the thing is, though, why are these tens of thousands of dedicated Americans that took an oath staying quiet? Is it just their pension? Is it just their job? Are they afraid for their lives? I'm not really sure.
I think people are afraid to speak. I think people are afraid that we're social animals. Everyone can comment on this if they want, but I believe that we're all social animals, and no one wants to be ostracized. No one wants to be the person outcast from the main body of society. And so that's one of the biggest fears is today. If you speak, look at the way they're treating people about picking Johnny Depp and agreeing with the
Yeah,
court.
but you can leak information out without exposing yourself. I know they know how.
Yes, but people are afraid that they will be because these social media companies will come after you. They will attack you, even if you're making an
Well,
anonymous statement.
depends who you leak to. But the thing of it is, though, I believe that raid on James O'Keefe, for those who don't know, that runs Project Veritas, when they grabbed him and some of his reporters in their phones and their computers, I think they were really after not cover for Hunter Biden and any of that nonsense. They were there to see if anybody was cooperating, and they can weed those out internally. I believe that's why they did it.
Maybe.
Because that means then there's something going on where they believe that there's people leaking. So something's cooking.
Possible. We will see over time. But
And I think you're going to see a lot of it after the midterms, not before. That's when the presidential race starts kicking in. You're going to see, I think, some of these people start to leak. They're going to wait.
that's a good question.
And I think the time, as you and I both know, when it comes to anything in the world, politics, news, entertainment, YouTube channels, anything in the world, personal relationships, timing is everything.
True.
And I think they're waiting for the right time. Now, maybe they might be retired, but they can leak stuff out without exposing themselves. And I think they're just waiting. And that's just, they can't all be afraid. There's got to be 1, 2, 3, 4 out of tens of thousands.
Well, there could be, but I'm not sure. Let me, I want to ask, see if anyone else wants to call in and ask.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
But I think you brought up some really good points and some good things that we need to talk about because I think there's a larger conversation that's not happening.
Yeah, the larger conversation is not the elected representatives. It's people in powerful positions in the DOJ, the IRS, the FBI, and so on. Those are the ones that are really, I think, causing a lot of the harm. And how do you get rid of those? By voting? No. But how do you do it? Good question.
That's a very good question. That's a very good question.
We're not going to be able to save our republic in full until that question is answered.
No, I think you bring up a good one. Maybe someone watching the show has an idea about that.
Well, either that or they know somebody, they're in those positions, and they can talk to them on the QT and say, hey, you took an oath, uphold it.
We would like that. Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm back in occupied America, so.
All right, John.
All right, I'll see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So, folks, just like you just saw with John, you too can call into 607-242-1582. You can let your voice be heard, whether you agree or disagree with anything that's being said on this program. You can talk about the things that you think are important. Is January 6th an important issue to you? Is that a representation of a move away from the representative government that we have, away from democracy and towards authoritarianism? Is that something that keeps you silent? I'd love to hear what you have to say about that, whether you call in or leave a comment. And should this be a larger national discussion? Is it a question about whether our leaders are taking over the nation or guiding us through false promises? Or is it a question of, well, people aren't paying attention, people aren't speaking up, people aren't voting? Which is that? Or is it a combination of these things? What do you think? I want to hear what you have to say about this from anywhere in the world. Because where America leads, the rest of the world follows. We see that with what we see in Canada. The United States is cracking down on people for owning firearms, something that is a fundamental right of this nation and by birth. And we see that in Canada, watching the United States say, well, you shouldn't be able to defend yourself, that you have to rely on the government, that the government has promised that if you don't have a firearm, you'll be safe. Canada decided, well, they're going to stop all handgun sales, that no one can have a handgun, that they are literally one step away from saying, well, they're going to just make everyone owning a firearm criminal in Canada. Think about that. It will be criminal. And where was the last time we saw some nation do that? That was Venezuela. It was criminal. You had to give up all your firearms. And then the government, according to the New York Times, turned around and killed its own people, over 5,600 people, in 2018 when the New York Times reported it. So that scares us. Maybe it scares you too. You know what? We need to talk about it, because if we don't, we're going to see more of it, as I will get into when we talk about New York State, when we talk about the new bans that have been promoted and are coming towards us, the red flag law that's looking to be made national. We're going to talk about all of that. But I want to make sure we understand that this is not isolated. These promises that we have been made aren't limited to just firearms. It's not just limited to the Second Amendment. It's everything. From defunding the police and that social experiment, which has failed, it's to food and the food shortages that we know are coming. The government has told us that, barely, and something we already knew if we were paying attention to international news. We have seen that the world is becoming more destabilized because we have no plan. And the world thinks that the United States is weak. We see that with North Korea. We see that with Russia and China. We see this. Some of the comments. Now, I asked the question, do you think things will change in America after the 2022 midterm elections? And is that going to be a good or bad thing for America and the world? Dow mentions that he thinks that the midterms are going to be the barometer check between a populist return to the American Republic, or if we see an echo of everything that led up to the 1860s, and 1860 being the Civil War. And I know more and more people are talking about the Civil War in America. And I want you to understand, it doesn't matter if you think guns are good or bad. It doesn't matter if you think the Second Amendment is important or not, because criminals don't care. I want to be very clear about that, because as I mentioned, and as is being reported quietly, but in NPR, we saw crazed, deranged individuals go out and just stab people without any reason, without any cause. We have seen that across the world, people are being stabbed, and they don't have guns. They don't have guns like the United States does, but they have stabbings instead. And this is an increase. This is increasing in Europe. It's increasing in Asia. It is not something that we are escaping. We talked about this. Excuse me. We talked about this back in, what was this? This was August 9th of 2019. We were telling you about knife crimes and guns, and that the promise that we are told that we will be safe if we give up our freedoms, it's not true. It has never been true. Because every time they tell us this, in 2019, in 2015, in 2013, we've been told the same promise over and over and over again. It's never been true. And I'm going to prove this to you. We've been talking about it on this program for 15 years. But they want you to think that somehow this is your fault. I want to point out, did you hear about this poll? Did you hear that there is a poll that says that Americans are in favor of assassinations of leaders? I want to be very clear that this is a latest story that's been going around, and it's circling because it came from the SPL, the Southern Poverty Law Center, about as far left as you can possibly get. And they say that they have a poll that says that substantial support for the Great Replacement theory and hard right ideology. This is how they are posing this. Now, first of all, the Southern Poverty Law Center is a far left organization pushing far left ideology, progressive ideology all the way. And so they have a bias built into that organization. But that's not enough. No. Now they have put out a poll, a very questionable poll, And they're picking and choosing the things they want you to focus on. And they're trying to do that to make you believe that you are in fear of your life, even when you're not. Even when the absolute information they are providing to us is opposite of what they're saying. Now, I want you to understand that you can think whatever you want. I just want you to have the evidence so that you can make the decision for yourself. So I want to get to this poll because I think it's going to be very surprising for you. When we look at this poll from the Southern Poverty Law Center, one of the questions they ask is total approval. Do you approve that participating in a political revolution, even if it is violent in the end? Notice the wording that they're using on these kinds of events. Notice what they're saying here, that it's a revolution. Yet you're already revolution, which means an overthrow of a government, change of everything, changing the Constitution. Do you believe in changing the Constitution, even if it means you have to be violent to do so? That's a very interesting statement, and the way they word this poll is as important as anything else. And it tells us where we are going with gun control, with knife control, with food, with the policy of the United States. It tells us a lot. Now, this is done on April 18th through 25th of 2022. And what you see is overwhelmingly, everyone said no. You know who said yes? Young Democratic men, young Republican men. They're them and women. Young Democratic women, young Republican women. The youth of America think more and more that it's okay. That they think more and more that it's okay, especially when we talk about young Democratic men, young Republican men, that it's okay to be violent to change our government. That's what the Poverty Center is saying. An almost equal number. It gets even worse. I want to show you. Their next question is total approval for threatening a politician who is harming the country or our democracy. First of all, America is not a democracy. But look at the way they worded the question. Do you approve that threatening a politician is okay if they are harming the country? What is harming the country? Do you mean because I agree or disagree with diversity? If I agree or disagree with equity? If I agree or disagree with being a socialist or not? Is that what you're asking us? And is violence the correct answer? Because that is the answer from the left. The left says violence is always good. Look at what they did with the abortion. The rumor, not the fact, the rumor that the Supreme Court might overturn Roe versus Wade was good enough for Democrats to come out and commit violence. They had riots. Think about that. This is what the left will do. They commit riots. Think about BLM. Think about 2020. Their answer was to commit riots, to burn down cities, to kill people. 36 people died. Billions of dollars per city were damaged from that. What was it? Portland was 120 days of nonstop, night-by-night riots. Not protests, riots. Destroying cities. We had that in Manhattan. We had that in Austin, Texas, in Boulder, Colorado, Seattle. Seattle, they gave up on the American Constitution itself, and they held captive American citizens when they created their CHAZ, their autonomous zone. Same thing in Atlanta, which led to the death of a 6-year-old child. And when we look at this question, who thinks it's okay? Who agrees with this idea? 40% young Democratic men, 46% young Republican men. They're the ones who are going to be fighting. And I have to ask, why are they thinking this? And the biggest question, total approval for assassinating a politician who is harming the country or our democracy. Again, America is not a democracy. And what do they mean by harming? What is the harm? Is asking a question harm? We've heard from appointed Governor Gov Hochul that even being like this channel and asking questions, that's dangerous. That's why they created the Disinformation Governance Board. It's why they have misinformation and fact checks, which are just opinions according to Facebook in court. Why do they go through this? Because they say we're dangerous, but I want you to notice 44% of Democratic men. This article says that the right is dangerous. They say that Republicans are dangerous. 44% of young Democratic men, Democrats, progressives, they think it's okay to commit an assassination because someone doesn't agree with them. That's what the numbers are. There is no group that has a higher yes than young Democratic men, progressives. They're the ones who say yes to assassinating a politician who is harming the country or our democracy. Are we surprised that we see things like the shooting of Steve Scalise? Are we surprised that we see black supremacists like the New York subway shooter, like the Wakusa car massacre? Are we surprised by these things when we see, or even the Buffalo shooting for that matter? Are we surprised that we are seeing progressives and people who are very much against progressives are arming themselves and taking actions? Isn't the media actually pushing this? The Southern Poverty Law Center, by its question, seems to be inviting this kind of violence. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you think it might. You just misunderstand it. It's not that. That's not what they're trying to do. I think it is. I think it's very clear. And their wording on this is absolutely clear. They are making it perfectly clear that this is partisan and this is dangerous. They want to talk about this being, and again, I just showed you the data. This is the beginning of the article from June 1st. We found that the ideas underpinning the white nationalist great replacement narrative, a narrative no one's been pushing, Democrats push that narrative, no one else, by an alleged white supremacist terrorist in Buffalo. They don't mention the black supremacist in New York City subway, have become thoroughly mainstream on the political right. No, it's not. It's not. That's a Democratic idea. That's from the Democrats. That's from the progressives. They have this theory. No one else. Nearly 7 in 10 Republicans surveyed agreed to some extent, that the demographic changes in the United States are deliberately driven by liberal and progressive politicians attempting to gain political power by replacing more conservative white voters across the political spectrum. This is really scary to me. We also uncovered a widespread feeling, especially against right-leaning Americans, that transgender people and gender ideology, those aren't the same thing. Transgender people and a political ideology, two very, very different things. They go on to say pose a threat to children and society at large. That's not the same thing. Have there been individuals who claim to be transgender that have committed vile acts against children? Yes. Are people upset about it? Absolutely. Is the gender ideology like what we saw in the North Carolina, Loudoun County? That was gender ideology that allowed a young girl to be assaulted, sexually assaulted. Is that a threat to children? Yes, it is. These LGBTQAIP plus misogynistic and racist narratives have been promoted by many Republican politicians. Really? Look at that. These anti-LGBTQ misogynistic and racist narratives. Notice they don't quote anyone on these narratives. Notice they don't tell you what they're talking about. They just make this generalized statement that if you don't agree with the message from the Southern Poverty Law Center, if you don't agree with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Cori Bush, Ilhan Omar, if you don't agree with Democratic Party, well, then you are misogynistic, you're racist, you are an ist and a phobe. That's terrifying. That's more divisive than anything else. And that's why, Dal, as you mentioned, this is leading us towards closer and closer to an 1860s Civil War scenario. It's terrifying that we're seeing this. Terrifying. And I don't think anyone's really looking at this. But the left is justifying what they're doing because of these polls that are being misquoted. Because I showed you, the people who are the most dangerous in that poll, they're Democrats, not Republicans. The Democrats are the most dangerous people in a Democratic poll made by a Democratic organization, but they don't want to tell you that. They ignore the finding of that poll, which I just showed you and read to you. That doesn't count because it isn't part of the message they want to have. They want you to be afraid, but they want you to be afraid of what they don't like. They want you to be afraid and to give them power. I mean, just look at how this is being worded. This is coming from the Washington Times. Distressingly high level of support for assassinating politicians. At least they're honest, among young Democratic men. But no one's talking about this. You're not hearing it, that it's about, and how do they say this? The headline, it's distressingly high a level of support by young Democratic men. The first thing that they say in this article, more than half of Republicans believe the U.S. is drifting towards a civil war. They're blaming Republicans. The title is telling you the problem is among Democrats. The problem's among Democrats, and the first thing that they have to say is, oh, but you have to be afraid of Republicans. Why are they doing that? Isn't that something that should make you wonder? Do you see how that's manipulating you? Dow says that when these younger generations see that the waning of the older population that currently control resources and poverty, those resources not institutionalized in a bureaucratic or corporate structure, is going to be up for grabs, and that will be a major instigator incentive for a progressive revolution. Well, they've been calling for a revolution for quite some time. And I think it's dangerous that they're doing that. Hang on. Thank you for calling into the program. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I'm your host, Michael Voss. Who is speaking?
Hey, Mike, it's Jason.
Hey, Jason. What's up?
Yeah, talking, about that whole Civil War, the violence, what the Democrats are deflecting, what is actually happening with the country and who is, technically the threatening, our society. I mean, you already, did the whole thing with the riots and everything else that was happening over the entire summer and destruction that's been done. And now you're pointing to the simple fact that they actually don't even define position that what they say these right-wing or Republicans are actually standing for. And especially when it comes to the LGBT and, the transgender narrative and what is actually, the dispute and what's being argued. Because, and the simple fact is that they are shielded, by social media and YouTube, and as even if we were to go in depth on the transgender, what I would call a transgender abuse among our youth, would be probably considered hate speech by the YouTube censors, and require the channel to get pulled. But it's the simple fact is that there are a number of these individuals out there who are looking to embrace a new political ideology or a new victim group, and they can't let go of that, and they need to solidify around that idea and make a political battle out of it when it comes to the Democrats embracing these radical ideologies. But again, they can't argue the ideology out completely, because once they actually are questioned and put to task on it, they don't have a position to or an argument to even argue. And I'm not sure if you saw the latest that the Daily Wire put out there with Matt Walsh's
Yep. So
what You saw the What Is a Woman?
I haven't seen the movie, but I've seen some of the reviews of it. Yes.
Yeah, I actually watched it. And one of the things that kind of hit home with me is just looking at um, one of the professors, involved in like the social science and sociology, and all I could think about the whole time, I'm comparing, this individual to what Binghamton University is pretty much serving, those students there, and when confronted with the question, um, th- they do the whole defensive circular logic, basically defining a woman, as a woman because, if you feel like you're a woman, you are a woman, and that is what defines what a woman actually is, and they do the circular loop. And well, the bottom line is that they don't their ideology doesn't exist in reality, It's just simply something, a placeholder there that they basically can use to, you know, conjure up, a political, um, political, yeah, they just like to wedge that issue so they can, say that everybody else is a bigot and, you have to believe in what they do.
Well,
Um,
unless I'm mistaken, and I think, and I look forward to hearing what other people say, it feels like you have to agree or else. If you don't agree, then there's a disinformation board that's going to come after you. That social media is going to come after you. That you're going to be ostracized. Women won't date you. You won't be able to get jobs. You have to be silent if you disagree or else. Do you feel that sometimes?
well, that's exactly their approach and what they were doing, especially with the transgender issue. I think one of the points that was brought up actually, in one of the interviews that Matt Walsh did, he was interviewing a father from Canada, who was, I think, imprisoned and fined for fighting against the transitioning of his 13-year-old
Mm-hmm.
daughter, I believe.
I remember that
And
case.
yeah, and when you hear about that and that position and what it is, I mean, that right there, you cannot have that opinion. He basically said that, um, he could have just said, XX chromosome, makes you a woman. That's a woman, and that's what it is. And then the thing is, they would say no because that person says that they're a man, and you refuse to actually, go by their, own reasoning and logic. And that's the thing is that it's like a person can define their own dictionary, the way they want to, and if you don't actually, read or, um, their dictionary and quote them out of it, then that's hate speech. I mean, the,
Well, it's
the,
hard to
the,
know what's hate speech. They have been and continue to redefine terms constantly. The definition of racism has been changed. The definition of many things have been changed. So how do we know today what the meaning of something is that we're supposed to agree to if the definition constantly is changing?
yeah, and then this circles back into big picture. I know that John Cordisco was talking about too, and he was saying, well, look at all these people in these powerful positions. They're not really powerful positions, but they work for the state, work for the government, or they work for anything, And it's just like, well, why aren't they speaking up? And it's very easy to say, is just because if you speak up, you'll get destroyed. They will destroy you. They have destroyed people. You got a family, you got a job. I mean, you just don't need to be erased, and they will erase you. And as it was, taken, back, I think it was Alinsky or whoever, rules for radicals, and one of the
Olinsky.
yeah, and one of the their main ways of changing public opinion was basically that. I mean, they just erase you. I mean, what they do is they take people within society who have nothing to lose, and they use them as weapons, against those who basically stand up against it. So easiest way to picture this is just they would simply pull, like in our area, they pull students right out of sociology department, basically start attacking. Well, heck, they start attacking you and try to erase you. They try to get you so you can't get a job, a job, so you can't speak, or you can't, run for office, or you can't, go out there and protest without being, called a racist or, a terrorist or something like that. And, then, I have to look to it at the point where, we can go tie into the fact that when you went to BCC and you were doing the protest there against the critical
Mhm.
race theory, and you're, kind of wondering, well, geez, why wasn't getting a lot of, support. A lot of people weren't coming out, but and then all I could think about is that, you know, that is scary. I mean, to me, it's scary as shit. I mean, to go out there and put yourself up there in that position, if you have anything to lose, knowing how radical these people are and what they're willing to do over this ideology, it's something that people just don't want to stand in front. I mean, you'll do it, because you're crazy. But I don't, I don't think, I think people realize that, that's where we stand. And the thing is that I just hope that there are people within, politics, who are there, are willing to really go to bat on these, you know.
I don't think
I
so
know.
because, I mean, it's on the screen right now. This is from NBC. What they're doing now is we see this is a progressive race. And what this is about is candidate Charles Booker out of Kentucky. He's a Democrat. And his answer is, well, it's about racism. It's about nooses. It's about lynching. He did a video where he put a noose around his neck and said, if you don't agree, you are a racist. You're trying to kill black people. That's his video. That's what he put out there. And he said that about, and he's making this claim against Rand Paul, one of the most libertine and definitely libertarian members of Congress. And he's saying, well, no, he's actually a racist. Agreeing with him is racist. Doing anything but agreeing with the progressive left is racist. And you know what? People are terrified to say, oh, that's wrong. Looking at NBC, they called it Charles Booker, Kentucky Democrat, wears noose in ad highlighting U.S. history of lynching. They're terrified to say, that's not 2022. That's a 1950, 1930s argument. It's not a 2022 argument. They're that terrified of it. And if that's terrifying to people, who would dare say something? What are you going to say? I think people are terrified to say something about that. Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Go on.
That's unusual because, I see that there and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, well, does it even work? Does he know that narrative doesn't work? I mean, look, we've already had a black, put a noose around his neck, and blame it on MAGA, and we know how well that actually, turned out for him. I don't think it actually really helped the cause, in the narrative that, they were going for. The whole lynching, narrative, not something. I mean, the fact that he himself goes ahead and puts a noose around his neck just reiterates the fact that, there is massive, hoaxes going around. I mean, I don't.
The last person who had a noose around his neck was Jussie Smollett, a complete hoax. But let's think about it. I find this so insane that a Democrat puts on a Democrat in the South puts a noose around his neck. Democrats created the KKK. Democrats pushed Jim Crow. He's a black Democrat putting a noose around his neck, representing a party that put nooses around black people's necks. And we can't talk about that because somehow I'm the bad guy for pointing that out. That seems insane to me.
At some point, I think that they, the question is the Republicans really even actually need to see. I was worried that, I'm talking about whether, we're going to see enough Republicans standing up against, against critical race theory and all this. But I mean, when you have a black Democrat putting a noose around his neck, and playing a Jussie Smollett in a political campaign, I mean, he's literally hanging himself politically. So, I mean, come on. I mean, it's just,
He literally says that in November, we will choose healing, we will choose Kentucky. Because he says, if you're voting for me, you're voting for healing. Again, this is the same kind of messaging that we get with guns, knives, violence. If you do what the Democrats say, if you obey, if you keep them in power, you're going to be safe. You're on the good side. Anyone who disagrees, you're on the bad side. Even though, as I showed just a moment ago, their own polling says that it's the progressives that are willing to commit violence. And we have seen that, whether it's BLM or whether it's more recently on abortion. They're willing to commit violence. They're willing to attack people who don't agree with them. I think we have to speak up. Or am I wrong?
Yeah, no, you're right. It's just insane though, 'cause it's like, I mean, the violence, like, I mean, if you just could take for example, you get into the violence with guns and the situations that we're seeing with these shootings that are going on. I mean, we just had that other incident there in Philadelphia. I
Yeah.
mean, not sure whether you're probably gonna go into that later, but um, that there, just like there's no solutions to these problems that they actually have, except for complete take every single gun out of your hand. And they'll never say that, but that really, again, this has always been my point, for Republicans. Don't argue the argument that basically the Democrats are having. Only argue the argument that they actually really are thinking. They want to take all guns out of your hand, and you'll have to question the fact that when Democrats always point to another country or another, place that basically is doing what they want, then simply say, hey, look at, this country is doing exactly what they want and they want to instill that here, and you see what happens when they instill those
But it
policies in
doesn't
these cities.
work.
Huh?
But it doesn't work. Take
No,
away
it
the
doesn't.
guns, and you see that around the world, as we've shown, and I'm showing again on the screen, the violence just uses a different tool. It's not going to make people safe.
No, I mean the bottom line is that you're always going to have a certain percentage, of violent acts happening. They want to eliminate certain aspects of it, completely. Um, Again, this is obviously the gun control is a political weapon that's going to be pretty much used by the Democrats, to say that Republicans are callous capitalists that only care about making money for selling guns, and that's going to be their main narrative. But meanwhile, when you look at these major cities where a majority of people are unarmed, majority of it, and a majority, I should say, a majority of black, law-abiding, individuals that are unarmed are victim, of people who have either they don't even- they're victims, not just of gun violence, but violence in general because they
Mhm.
have no way to defend themselves, and the Democrats continue to say that they are the bleeding heart advocates for minorities and those who are disadvantaged. But what do? Every second they take away the power from the individual from protecting themselves. Not only they take their firearms away from them, they actually take away the police. They defund the
But
police. Just did a whole segment on that and prove that whole point.
well, I did, but the answer is when they hear you saying that, they're saying that you and I are radicals. Let me ask, how do you feel when you hear the news, nightly news, whether it's CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, whatever, and they're coming out and you're hearing 90% of them saying that to say that defunding the police is a bad idea, to say that there are groups that are radicalizing the extremists like BLM, like the progressive movement, that when you say that you're the bad guy, how does that make you feel?
You know, I would, just simply be, take a position and argue, my point. I mean, ways it makes me feel,
Yeah,
Well, that's the thing is it's there's a frustration that builds, but I go into complete defensive mode and basically state a better case, a better argument, and I try to push my points, whether it's talking to you, on this program or anywhere that I talk to anybody with, and that's what we want to do, the best we can, I mean, I don't like it when my biggest, I think the thing that frustrates me the most is when I can't speak or I can't say what I want to. I can't talk about, the pandemic in a certain way because I'm worried that, YouTube is going to end up, censoring every word that comes out or, shutting down speech, or so only one narrative is carried out, or I'm worried, when the government decides that they're going to come out with their own disinformation, crew and basically, fine you or shut you down, just for the words that you say. Those are the sort of things, that really, frustrate me. And I politically, I would push those, politicians forward that are willing to combat that suppression of speech and those ideas that I believe in.
Okay. Um, you bring up a bunch of good points and things that people need to think about. I think it's important to have these questions. It's amazing to see what we're having happen. And I don't think there's enough people who are hearing this across the nation. I truly don't think that's the case. I don't think, I think they're isolating us. I mean, do you feel like you can speak freely in your experience?
Um, well, I mean, look at it. When I speak on your program, I don't feel that I can actually even say everything that I want to say because I feel that, I in jeopardize your, channel. And if I say
Hmm.
something that the censors don't like, basically they wipe out your entire channel and every single follower and everything you built for the last 15 or 20 years, And that's not, fair to you for me basically, to voice it. So it's like, do I walk on eggshells when I, talk to you, on certain topics? Absolutely. I'm not gonna, do certain things basically to jeopardize, what you built, But on the other hand, it's just like that's what frustrates me. I mean, I want politicians to stand up and basically say, look, you know what? I want, Jason from Bennington to be able to say what he ever wants to say on No Soundbites Allowed, express himself without actually him having to worry about somebody else's channel getting banned for his opinion. And that is really where I stand and what I feel on that issue.
Okay.
Um, there's one topic I wanted to ask you on. I know it's
Sure.
a little off. It's the something that's probably going to be foreshadowed. It's economical one. It was one of the things I've noticed. Just recently, we had the whole situation with Janet Yellen, and now she's backtracking on the whole inflation. She's like, "Oh yeah, it's definitely not transitory. I screwed up. I didn't see it, or whatever the hell it was." Right. So basically, your Treasury Secretary of the Biden administration basically admitted that she has no clue what she's doing, and we are now stuck in this you know this inflation that has no end in her own eyes. I mean, I don't even think she has a clue, what it is. I mean, she didn't know before because she thought it was transitory, but now, she admitted that she doesn't know what she's doing, and now we're being guided, in this insane run. And that being said, I wanted to just kind of look at one, specific sector because, they're kind of blind to it.
Hmm.
I know that, last time we talked about something, it kind of foreshadowed what's happening. But I was going to say that there is one thing that's going on with the vehicles, cars and stuff, and there was a lot of subprime actual vehicle loans that were being given out, and so a lot of these cars, because they're way overvalued, right at this point. I mean, there were some used cars where they were 45% higher than what the market price was just a year ago, and they're all on a lot of subprime prime prime loans.
Right.
And one of the situations that they're finding is that you know once these interest rates start to climb up, and it's already starting to happen, there is now they're saying there's going to potentially, or some people out in the far reaches are saying that this could be a huge bubble that's going to have a dramatic effect on the markets and the overall economy because of this bubble, because everybody
Yes.
was focused before on the housing
Yeah.
bubble, but this car one seems to be actually even worse because the cars are way overvalued, way beyond reason. And as soon as the value of these vehicles starts to go down and people start selling and people stop paying up and stuff, people start foreclosing,
I
on
get
these
it. Yeah.
vehicles, you're going to see a freaking crash like we've
That's not
never
going to be
seen
the
before.
problem. That's not the
Huh?
biggest problem. That's not the biggest problem. And I'll show everyone on the screen. So on screen right now, hang on, I got to move myself. So on screen right now, this is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This is chart A8. Just in case you want to look at it, and again, it'll be in the description at the end of the show, so you can see the link to it directly. The biggest number that is a problem, the reason why we have to be worried is the number of small businesses is one of the most important numbers that we have. Okay? Small business growth is critical to what's going on in this nation. In addition to having small businesses, one of the other things that's most important, and it should come up, come on, oh, sorry, computer's screwing up on me for a second, is also the fact that we have, here it is, the participation rate is also critical. These numbers are not improving they're stagnating. They're staying the same. We're seeing that these numbers aren't going up. We're not improving. And because we're not improving, that is one of the problems. That's the long term. We're spending way more money without a significant growth in small business. We're not seeing a growth in the number of people, that are working. And that means that our economy is going to get worse. It doesn't matter. There's always going to be a bubble, whether it's the internet bubble or there's the housing bubble or whether it's a car bubble. Bubbles always happen. The problem isn't the bubble. It's what is the reaction by the government. And right now, the government's answer is spend more money, which creates more inflation, makes our money worth less. Therefore, we go into a bigger and bigger cycle. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah, I mean, it increases the bubble. I mean, the thing is that really the fact with the bubble that's created, within the cars is a result of the government, basically printing endless amounts of money and infusing it into, our economy, And when you're pointing to different facts, where the job market stands, well, that's the simple fact is that small businesses are getting creamed, and this is one of the factors when the Fed actually makes an adjustment, and if it ever makes adjustments, is that the small businesses are going to be pounded the hardest, and they already actually are losing out right now.
They're bound to. They're bound to, and that's going to be part of the problem. So it's not a bubble. It's not that we have a food shortage. It's not the supply lines because America doesn't manufacture anymore. It's all of those things, and more importantly, it's the reaction of the government rather than encouraging people to be for our infrastructure, to get more electricians, more carpenters, more machinists. Instead of the government trying to encourage people to be more manufacturing in the United States, they're saying we'll spend more money and we'll become more dependent. Instead of getting baby food in the United States, we'll buy it from someone else. That's the problem. That's why it's getting worse.
Yeah, and one of the things that's crazy too that you're not seeing is that the revenue, especially for state and local government, because of like sales tax and other things. I think sales tax even in Broome County was up like 41% because everybody had the extra money to spend on stuff. This I don't know if it's last quarter or whatever they announced that on, but also state revenue is way up as well too. So states actually are flush with a lot of money. The biggest problem is though is that when these states get this money and these cities get these counties get this extra money, instead of basically looking down the road and saying, okay, we're in an inflationary place, and they're going to, cut the switch off, and all this revenue that we have coming in is basically going to go to, half of what we have now, or even worse than what they had, in 2020. They find new ways to spend the money, and that is something that I think that people have to keep their eye out for and see exactly what pet projects their local community decides to do with this additional tax revenue.
They're going to pay off the student loans. That's what they're going to do.
Well, yeah,
which doesn't help anyone, but that's
more
the idea.
Inflationary.
Yeah, it creates more inflation because again, we're creating more money. We're not solving the underlying problem, and therefore it gets worse. But I do have a couple people who are waiting. I know one person in particular. I want to make sure we all have time to speak.
Sure.
But I want to also thank you for bringing up the issues that you're talking about. It's really important, Jason.
All right. Yep. Have a good one.
Bye. Right. And folks, just like Jason, we all can talk about the many issues that are affecting us. This isn't one solution. There isn't one solution that fixes everything. Spending money isn't a solution. As I've said before in this program and many others, do something is not the answer. When we tell our politicians, just do something, and they do. They do the wrong thing, the inefficient thing, the thing that is ineffective, well, then things just get worse. And as we were talking with Jason about the money, spending more money isn't a solution to the fact that the economy is falling apart. It doesn't even come close to it. But I want to come to, and I know I've been waiting for a while to talk about gun control. We've been talking now, we've already addressed. Part of the problem is we have progressives like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez who are saying, well, America's a democracy. It's not. We have a fundamental misunderstanding of our nation. And we have a fundamental misunderstanding of what it is to complain and try and ask our politicians to do something better. And that's fundamental. We see this. They tell us, well, the problem is guns. Well, no, around the rest of the world, it's knives. So the problem isn't the weapon. The problem is what makes someone decide that they want to kill innocent people. We know that the problem isn't the economy. It's what the government's doing about the economy. The problem isn't that we're looking at social experiments. They failed already. Defunding the police, it failed. But why are we still doing it? Why can't we say it's wrong? The problem is that we have politicians like Joe Biden who are lying to us, as I showed you with the CDC. Says that guns are the biggest threat to children, except it's not. Accidents and cancer. That's the answer from the CDC itself. So these are important things, but maybe gun control brings it up in the clearest way, and the way that we can all see this. Because we've been told gun control is because of white supremacy. We've been told that it's because of hate speech. We've been told it's because of radicalization of conservatives. And let's actually look at that. Let's look at not only the question, what they're saying is the reason, but let's also take a moment and say, okay, what's the solution that they're giving us? Because I want you to think about this. And let me put myself back over. Because I want you to think about this. They told us, we know that a former judge was killed in Wisconsin in a targeted attack. This is the assassination that we heard about. That is one of the things, according to the left, from the left itself, this is what they are promoting. This is what young Democrats are looking to do. The violence that they are looking to commit, as we showed you in their own poll. Okay, so a judge was killed by an insane, crazed individual. And this individual happens to be a white guy. Okay, do I have his picture? I thought I did. Here it is. This is the guy who did it. This is what he looks like. This crazed criminal, multiple times he's been arrested. He's a criminal. And he killed a judge because, well, we don't really understand why. Is that answer? Now, we were told the gun violence, well, that's because of white supremacy. This guy's not a white supremacist. We're told it's because of hate speech. It's not about hate speech. We were told that this is because he's a radical rightist, someone on the right. He's not. The answers, the things they're telling us are the problem, aren't even close to the problem. And we see this in examples. Again, I go back to the New York City subway shooting. Again, that was a black supremacist. Has nothing to do with the things they're telling us. In Texas, the Hispanic who did that, the 18-year-old, that didn't have anything to do with all the things they're telling us we're supposed to be afraid of. All the things that they're telling us are supposed to be the problem. So I have to ask you, again, what is it? Well, let's go to NPR. NPR is telling us, well, the weapon's too deadly. According to the NPR, the AR-15 is supposed to blow your head off. And it factually, empirically cannot do that. That is a lie. Not misinformation, not disinformation. It is a lie. It is a lie to get your emotions in line with what they want you to do, which is to promote gun control. Bills like H.R. 7910. And I know my friend Joe Murray, who's a New York City former police department member of the NYPD and currently a lawyer, and he's looking at that. We've talked about this on some other programs, including the Rory Sauter Show, where I appear every week. I know we've talked about this. Now, I want you to understand, H.R. 7910, which is called the Protecting Our Kids Act. That's really important. This is when I say that they are using emotions against you, that things like NPR is using this idea, this message. This is what I mean. H.R. 7910, Protecting Our Kids, is because Democrats, and only Democrats, support this. 177 Democrats in our Congress out of 435, only Democrats agree with this. Why? Because they want to spend the summer telling you they voted to protect our kids, and if any Republican votes against it, that they don't want to protect our kids. It is about emotion. It is a lie. It is meant to get you to vote for them. It is about power. And that should, if nothing else, that should make you very, very upset. Jerry Nadler did this because he is in a battle for his elected seat. And he wants to say he put out the bill to protect our kids. The Democrats are voting for it because they want to protect our kids. And if you don't agree, well, then you're the bad guy. Well, guess what? Let's look at what does that bill actually say? Because all the media that I see is saying this is the title. It's the Protect Our Kids Act. You should be happy about it. It will protect you from that evil AR-15 that will blow off kids' heads that factually and empirically can't do that. And so you must want them to do something, and they're doing something. Jerry Nadler and Representative Sheila Jackson Lee that hate guns, well, they put out this bill, H.R. 7910. What does it actually say? It says it's going to raise the age of being able to get a rifle to 21. Will that make you safe? Let me ask you that. If you increase the age to 21, does that stop a criminal? Does that someone who is crazy from getting a firearm? I will give you an example of that. In terms of school shootings, let's think about Texas. The kid in Texas got a handgun, which is only available legally to those who are 21 and older. He had a handgun. Did that stop him? Did the law saying he had to be 21 to have a handgun, did that stop him? And did it stop him from committing a crime? Because murder is a crime as well. Did it stop him that there was a law? The answer is no. And what about the guys like in Las Vegas, the woman who ran over children? What about in Manhattan, the guy who ran over he crashed into a school bus in Manhattan, ran over 8 people, injured 11 kids with a pickup truck in Manhattan. This is 2017. What about Wakusha, the crazed man who drove through a Christmas parade? Did his age and the fact that he was using a car stop them? No. The answer is no. So the first thing about protecting our kids is it does not protect kids because of the age of the person. It fails. It is useless. And by the way, the average age of someone who is a mass shooter is 25. That is a fact. The average age of mass shooters is 25. Being 21 does not stop mass shootings. Let's go on. Prevent gun trafficking. It is already illegal. It is already illegal to sell a gun, to illegally sell a gun, to buy a gun in one state and sell it in another to avoid the laws in that other state. It's already a crime. We already have the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. They already are fighting against that. That's already a crime. So we don't need a new law because it already exists. And we already have our legal system fighting against that. So that's not helping kids either. Untraceable firearms, ghost guns. None of the, you can look at the shooting in Oklahoma, look at the shooting in the New York subway, Buffalo, look at the shooting down in Texas, look at San Bernardino, California, Ocala, Florida, Boulder, Colorado. Let's go through all of them. Those aren't ghost guns. Ghost guns are not the problem in mass shootings. That is a fact. The FBI does not even have a category for ghost guns because it is so small. It isn't a reality. It's less than 1% of all the gun crimes in the United States, all the violent gun crimes. It's not a factor. So why are we worried about that? That's not protecting kids. Okay, let's go to safe storage. Being able to safely store the gun. Here's the problem. That's after the fact. Because the only way that the government would know whether or not you safely store your gun, in other words, that no one else can have access to that firearm besides you, the only way the government can know that is the government has to come into your home and has to look at how you store the firearm, which means you don't have a Fourth Amendment right anymore. It destroys your Fourth Amendment right. The government has to inspect your home to know that if they're going to protect you from someone using a gun badly. And by the way, this does not stop anyone. You can store the gun as well as you want. You could put it behind Fort Knox. And if I have access to the gun, walk in, pick up the gun, walk out. Doesn't matter how well I store it. If someone can get to it, including the person who owns the firearm, like the kid in Texas, like the New York subway shooter, like in San Bernardino, Texas, like in Ocala, Florida, then it doesn't matter. That's not a factor. It doesn't save you. This is a useless law. This is a useless provision that only you'll get charged $500 for not safely storing the gun. That is after an incident. That is after the fact. It doesn't protect. Again, the name of this bill is protecting our kids. So far, nothing that is being offered actually protects anyone. Okay, how about bump stocks? When was the last time you heard of a mass shooting where someone used a bump stock? Think about it. When was the last time? And I'm just going over the last couple of them. That's why I keep repeating, because my memory is longer than the news media. When was the last time you heard anyone in a mass shooting or any shooting in America that used a bump stock? It's not a factor. It's less of a factor than ghost guns. And I'm going to get to the comments in 1 second. And lastly, but the final thing that they're offering is you can't have more than 10 bullets in a magazine. They're going to limit the magazine size. How does that make anyone safe? It literally takes an inexperienced person shooting a firearm. It takes them 1 second to replace a magazine, regardless of the size of the magazine. That is something that has been documented by police stations across this nation. That you don't have to know how to fire a firearm to replace a magazine in a second. But let's think about this. So they only have 10 bullets. And what if they have 2 guns or 3 guns? The guy in, let's go back to Texas. Texas, he had 3 firearms. There's been many shootings where someone had multiple. In my home city, Binghamton, New York, there was a shooting about 9 years ago, 10 years ago now, where we had a mass shooter, and he had multiple guns, handguns, multiple. I believe he had 5 handguns. And we've seen that in many other shootings as well. So restricting the number of bullets does not affect whether or not they have a second gun, a third gun, whether they have 2 or 3 or 4. I don't know how many multiples of magazines that they can switch into. So it doesn't make you safe. Everything that this bill for protecting our kids doesn't protect our kids. Folks, I'm just trying to make this very clear for you. They're going to tell you that they're protecting our kids, and if you don't vote for it, it'll protect. None of it protects kids. It's not the answer. But they're doing something. They're doing stuff. This is why no news media will actually look at the bill and actually say and tell you what the bill is. They tell you it's protecting kids, but they won't tell you how it protects kids. They will give you the most general overview without actually pointing to the bill and saying, this is what it does. They don't want you to know. That's why we include the link at the end of the show, and I'm showing you it live so that you understand how it doesn't work. The promise of safety is never going to be achieved. This bill will never protect anyone. And I want to show it to you. It will never, these things will not protect anyone. I have just explained and debunked everything they have said about this bill. Does anyone who is looking at this and understands the English language and can read the bill, does anyone think a criminal or someone who is insane will be stopped by anything I just mentioned? Anything that is in this bill. And I am more than happy. Don't take my passion the wrong way. I'm very passionate about this because I've been covering this for 15 years, because I want to protect our kids, because I want to make sure they're going to be safe in our schools, that mass shootings aren't going to harm people. This is why I want to go over it. I want to get to the answer of what makes someone decide that the only answer in their life is to kill innocent people, innocent children. I want a solution. This isn't it. HR 7910, Protecting Our Kids Act, will not protect anyone. It may make you sleep at night well. It will help the politicians who are looking to get reelected. It has a catchy slogan, but it does nothing. It is ineffective. It is useless. There is no aspect of that law that will help you. And if there is anyone who disagrees with me, please explain to me how anything that this bill has said that I have shown you, tell me how I am wrong. Please explain to me how I am wrong. Because the problem isn't the firearms. It's the person using it with the intent to kill innocents. That's our problem. That's the root problem. How is this bill going to protect anyone? And this is what's in Congress right now. It's also the red flag laws that I have spent years, literally years, discussing in front to members of the New York State legislature, whether it's in the Assembly and also in the state Senate. I've talked to Democrats. I've talked to Republicans. I have gone over 150 sources. I know all of the actual studies that have been done. Red flag laws have not stopped any mass shootings in America. Red flag laws have failed every state that they have been put in place. They don't even stop suicides. That is a fact. You can check with Duke University's study. You can look at the University of Indiana's study. You can actually contact the state of Connecticut, who had the first red flag law in 1999, as I have done in a FOIA, and I have presented that to New York State, and they passed the bill anyway. Assemblywoman Donna Lopardo herself on this program in an interview admitted that the law is flawed, that the New York State red flag bill has problems, including destroying families, and she voted for it twice anyway. New York is doing this stuff even though it doesn't work. HR 7910 will probably be passed even though it doesn't work. Let me get to some of the comments. Dow mentions that such a move is unconstitutional unless there is a change in the majority age that has been defined as 18. Otherwise, it violates equal protections under the 14th Amendment, which is what was found in California because, as always, either New York comes up with an idea or California comes up with an idea, and then they follow each other, and then it filters into every other state. But if you're an adult at 18, you can vote. You can go and join the military and die. How can you tell someone they cannot defend themselves? Because police cannot be everywhere at all times protecting every single person. That is a fact. Women know that. Many people know that. You can't be everywhere all the time. The police can't get there in a minute. And even if they do, as we saw in Texas, as we have seen in many of the school shootings, they wait, like in Parkland, Florida. They didn't go in immediately. There's a problem. That is one of the problems. So again, why can't we defend ourselves? Because, it doesn't protect our kids like the law says it will. And the bill says protect our kids. That's the title. So it must make people safe, right? Except when you actually look at the bill, when you actually read what it does, it fails at every single step. And that's why I want to highlight this for you. And I hope if there's nothing else that you ever show, if you can take a clip of what I've just gone over in that bill, show that to anyone who, Republicans, Democrats, give it to libertarians, conservatives, I don't care, send it to the Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter that believes in violence, and tell them, how am I wrong in reviewing this? How does this make anyone safe? I am happy to hear anyone. I don't care what party you're in. If you can tell me how this will make kids safe, I will support H.R. 7910. But I don't think it will. By the way, Joe Murray, if you're still, please call in 607-242-1582. Of course, anyone can call in, or you can leave a comment on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, and tell me what you think. But I don't think there's anyone who can look at that bill and say, oh, this is about protecting kids. It's not. It's about protecting politicians. Let me get back to the comments. Dow goes on to say, banning ghost guns is to further limit personal design and crafting, manufacturing, and assembly of custom firearms that may be used for personal use. The shooting in Las Vegas was the last time a bump stock was referenced to. Yes, it was. But again, we've had plenty before and after that. Bump stocks aren't a problem. Dow also goes on to say, further banning ghost guns will target the lawful because criminals who build them will build them regardless. Well, criminals in all of these examples will continue to do what criminals do because that's why they're criminals. They don't follow the law. So making another bunch of laws that don't affect criminals and aren't targeting criminals does not make you safer. Is that not logical? We're not addressing the root problem. We're not dealing with the problem at all. We're just making it harder for law-abiding citizens to be able to own a gun. That's it. We're making it harder for you to defend yourself. That's what H.R. 7910, the Protect Our Kids Act, that's what it does. It makes it harder for you to protect your kids. And it's not the only one that does that. There's another set of bills I want to go over for you because it's being touted as being the greatest thing. It's so good. This is such a great idea. Here it is. And I want you to see this. In New York State, on the last day of the current legislative calendar, on the last day, at the last hour, New York State's single-party rule, the Democrats who have control of the governor, they have control of the state legislature, both the New York State Senate and the New York State Assembly, they passed a bunch of bills, which makes they will increase the age to be able to own a semi-automatic rifle, and you will have to get a license to be able to get a rifle. And you can't get body armor. Everyone who knows, I've been talking about this since 2021. They laughed at me when I said this, when I asked the members of our government, why are they passive self-defense is illegal in New York State. Illegal. And they want to have bullet microstamping, that you have to microstamp your bullets. Let me take you through this, folks, because we already know, by the way, red flag laws fail. Buffalo, the shooter in Buffalo is the perfect example. You don't have to believe the report I did in 2018, the 8,000 words I put together, the 150 references, direct sources that I included in that report, which is available on the MVOS site, or any of the speeches that I made about red flag laws, which you can see on the Notes Soundbites Allowed channel. You don't have to believe it. Buffalo proved red flag laws don't work. That is a fact. But what about these new ideas that we are being told is a promise by lawmakers, in particular, appointed Governor Kathy Hochul. This is from Politico. From Politico on June 1st. And they mentioned the new law sought by the moderate. She's a moderate. Kathy Hochul is not a moderate. Neither is Lieutenant Governor Antonio Delgado, who used to be a congressman and abandoned the New York 19th district. He's not a moderate either. They're progressives. So the progressive appointed governor, she was never elected governor, Kathy Hochul, the state's liberal legislature, would further tighten New York and strengthen New York's gun ownership restrictions, including raising the age from 18 to 21 for the purchase of firearms. There it is. They're after gun ownership restrictions, gun ownership, legal gun owners. This isn't affecting criminals. This isn't about criminals. I want you to understand, they're not after criminals. They're after you. They've given you a promise that they never intend to keep, and they're not even trying to keep it. They just want you to be emotional. You want us to do something, right? The politicians, Kathy Hochul, Antonio Delgado, Joe Biden, do something. We have to. Joe Biden said it in his speech. You want us to do something. So they're going to do something. They're going to give you a ghost gun ban, even though it's not part of the problem and it doesn't solve anything. They're going to give you HR 7910 because they're doing something. And I just showed you, it doesn't protect anyone. They're going to make a national red flag bill. It doesn't work. It has never worked. I can make this as simple as possible, and all I have to tell you is, guess what? Democrats, the progressives, people who hate the Second Amendment, not one of them have ever cited any of the bills that they've put out. All of the gun restriction laws, the things that make it hard for you to own a firearm to protect yourself, they have never cited any proof that what they are suggesting actually protects you. In fact, they avoid citing any of the data like the New York Gun-Involved Violence Elimination Report, the GIVE, that I look at every year for 15 years. They never quote anything because the evidence is nothing they have offered ever works. The only thing it's good for is getting votes. Again, NPR wanted to say, they're going to increase the age. Yay! We're going to make it hard. We're going to increase the age so that you can own a rifle. And what is that supposed to do? How is that going to protect anyone? If you look through this, the only thing you'll see is that red flag laws didn't work. And that because the killer in Buffalo used a bulletproof vest, you can't have a vest. You can't own a bulletproof vest in New York to protect yourself and your family because a killer did that. Well, guess what? The killer in Waukesha used a car. The killer in Las Vegas used a car. The killer in Manhattan in 2017 used a car. The killers in Nice, France used a truck. Does that mean you can't own a car? I'm being honest here. I'm being serious about this. Does that mean you can't own a car because a killer did that? What if he was wearing, I don't know what clothes they were wearing. They were wearing jeans. Does that mean you can't wear jeans? This is the logic that they are using. Because a crazed individual, a crazy person, did an insanely violent thing, you can't have what they had. If he had a Snickers bar in his hands, does that mean you can't own a Snickers bar? That you can't eat the same food he ate? Is that the logic that we are using? Does that make any sense to you? How is that supposed to make you safe? I am asking a serious question. I am asking this question of Assemblywoman Donna Lapardo, who voted for these laws, who voted to do these things. Tell me how this makes us safer. Denying me the ability to protect myself passively, how does that make me more safe by denying me that right, by making it a criminal act. How are you making me safer? When you voted for the red flag law that targets married 47-year-old men, that is what red flag laws target. Hello, and thank you for calling to the program. This is Michael Voss. You are on No Soundbites Allowed. And may I ask, what's your first name?
Joe Murray.
Joe. Hey, folks, for those who don't know, Mr. Murray is a former NYPD officer. He is a current lawyer, and he is an outspoken figure. How you doing, Joe?
Good to see you, Mike. I love to catch the show, and I knew from Rory's show when we were on together that you were going to do this. So I was tuning in, hoping to learn from you, but I'm happy to contribute in any way I can.
Absolutely. So far, I've made the case, and I'm about to go into the individual laws in New York State, but talking about H.R. 7910, the Protect Our Kids Act, is anything I described about those bills wrong?
No, it's sad, but this is not the Protect Our Kids Act. This is the Protect Our Democrats Act. They are under fire because of many factors, but with the midterm election coming, they need to find an issue that they can throw in the faces of the voters and point the ugly stick at Republicans so they can desperately attempt to hold on to their jobs by couching it this way. And you explained it perfectly.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, and this is coming, and I'm asking you this not only as an individual, but I'm also asking you this as an attorney. Is my
Yes.
legal understanding of this correct? I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not saying that it's perfect, but am I essentially correct?
Yes, I mean it's a little deeper. I was reading that the statute just the bill, just going over it,
Right.
so I didn't catch everything you said, but this is a pet peeve of mine. The federal government sticking their hands into business where they don't belong. They continue to try to make everything a federal issue, like we saw with the abortion matter. When abortion was, heard in Roe v. Wade, they made it a federal right to abortion. When in fact it should have been left to the states, and that's why, regardless of how you feel on abortion, you have the power to lobby your state representatives. If you want abortion legal, go to your state representatives. There's nothing in the Constitution that gives anyone a right to engage in an abortion. There's nothing there. There's absolutely nothing that says you have this federal right. It was invented by the Supreme Court. And people will hate me for saying that, but I will say it on all of these issues, including this now gun issue. You look at the bill, the language is right there. They constantly refer to the Commerce Clause, and that's the federal hook that federal legislators use to get into business that they have no right to be in. The federal powers that were granted by the framers come from essentially Article 1, Section 8, enumerated right there what those powers are. And they make a lot of sense, like foreign trade, immigration, national defense. These are common sense things that belong to the government. Currency, ways and measures, we want these standards. But also in there is something that they included, which I think for good reason, was the Commerce Clause. But the Commerce Clause was never meant to be a hook to get into all aspects of our lives. But that's what it's turned into. And I'll just read that little section. It says to regulate commerce with foreign nations, common sense, right? To regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribe. So when you look at this and you construe the plain meaning of the language, it essentially means, the states were very territorial back then, and perhaps there were going to be some states were acrimonious to others, and they were going to impose tariffs on goods imported from Virginia. Like this, the federal government could intercede and say, no, we're going to trade fairly amongst each other. But that was the purpose of it. And the federal government's right to impose their will on interstate, not intrastate, interstate commerce ends at the border of the state. And that's where it should be. But it's been so perverse over the years that now they're using it and have expanded it. They have something called the channels of interstate commerce, the waterway, the roadway, the airway. So now they can regulate those. And there's some common sense, justification for that. But now they're looking at things that have traveled through interstate commerce. And I looked at a section of, not this bill, but that section of the law, 18 U.S.C. 922. I was discussing it on another channel. I think it's section Q, where it goes through the issue of guns, because guns, their component parts, the ammunition, the raw materials that they are comprised of travel through interstate commerce. They're using that as their justification for now legislating what we can do with that material. And that's just ridiculous, because when you think about it, there is nothing that is made purely intrastate in one state. Everything travels through interstate commerce. So just because it travels through interstate commerce, you can regulate how we use it, possess it, hold it, register it, license it. That's ridiculous. And the big issue with me, and I hope with this decision that is impending on the Roe v. Wade, this Supreme Court took on abortion, which I never thought they would. They took it on, and it appears they're striking it down, not because they're against abortion, because it's not a federal issue. And all they're doing is saying this belongs with the state. And that's the whole idea. I don't want to digress too much for your listeners, but remember, we fought this war against England, Great Britain. We were so fearful of another King George when we set up our Constitution. The first Constitution, the Articles of Confederation, they weren't even allowed to raise taxes. That's how fearful they were of the federal government. They wanted state control. So they enumerated in the Second Constitutional Convention, the new Constitution that we currently have, they enumerated very specific federal powers the federal government used. All the rest belonged to the state. They believed it so much that the 10th Amendment essentially says that.
Yes.
I mean, that's the whole purpose of it. The 10th Amendment says the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the state, are reserved to the states respectively, or the people. That's what our founders wanted. They wanted local control. This is such a diverse nation, geographically, rural versus urban. We are so different, and the way we, our communities and cultures are so different. Maybe this one size fits all thing that they keep ramming down our throats is not appropriate. What might be appropriate in New York City, a very dense urban population, may not be appropriate for the plains out in Wyoming.
Well,
so I think the framers had it right when they said it should be locally controlled. And I feel like telling the federal government, when you finally, if you look in here, you're in charge of immigration. When you get your shit together with that, then you can come here and talk to me how we should license and register firearms.
Well, that's yet another problem. The illegal immigrants, 250,000 of them a month coming into our nation. But let me bring it back to, as an example, red flag laws. I don't know how familiar you are, Joe, with them as an attorney. But every attorney I've spoken to and every politician, elected official, Democrat and Republican alike, that I have spoken to them about the red flag laws have all come down and said, that this will allow New York State to eliminate due process and also to allow families to be broken up because if your home is too dangerous to have for you to exercise your Second Amendment right, it's too dangerous for that child to be in. And that is true on a national level as well as every individual state. Now, that is what I've heard from every lawyer I've asked. I know you haven't had a chance to review it, but would you say that that is correct in your understanding?
Let me add my name to that list, very easily. I am so against these red flag laws because, first of all, we know how treacherous the federal government or even state government can be and how they abuse information. I don't like to be in a database in any state or federal jurisdiction. We see how, and each administration, there's another scandal, I think, with Obama, IRS.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever they have information on us, they use it against us. So now you're talking about a lot of these red flag laws. You want access to your medical record. I
Yes.
don't want that. I don't want to be on a no-fly list. I don't want people prying into if I decide that I want to seek help for a stressful situation. I don't want the government involved in my life. We can't, and this is a problem where a lot of people think, and it's promoted by the Democratic Party, we can somehow legislate our way out of these problems. We can't. It's just not going to happen. And the real insulting part of it, in a place like New York, where we have prosecutors that have been elected who don't want to enforce the laws we already have, who release people that should be incarcerated, who allow people to plea bargain down to non-incarceratory offenses that should be violent felons and put in prison. Why are they doing this now? I mean, this is really just hurting the law-abiding good people of our jurisdiction here, and not the people who belong in jail or in prison or hospitalized. Those people, the people that are actually responsible for this horrendous acts, and you mentioned the terrorist attack on the West Side Highway. I remember that with the pickup truck just mowed people down.
Yeah.
He didn't need a firearm. He killed 8 people.
Yeah.
So I really I think it's just so ridiculous that these Democrats who don't want to enforce the laws we already have, they're promoting this thing called decarceration, making it impossible for police officers to make arrests, making it so difficult for prosecutors to prosecute crime, and then now they're looking to release everyone. We also have these laws where they're doing parole reform, where make people automatically parole eligible, regardless of their sentence, parole eligible. And then there's another law bill bouncing around that if you're convicted of a crime, a misdemeanor, after 3 years, it's automatically wiped out. A felony, I think 10 years, it's automatically wiped out. Like what? Why aren't we allowed to make an informed decision about who we invite in to rent an apartment in our house, who we ask to be an employer in our business, an employee in our business? Why can't we have this information? I think it's important. If I want to get a gun, I got to turn it over, but not for criminals who've been convicted, tried and convicted. They want to keep that information silent and sealed and away from everyone. It makes no sense.
Well, speaking of something that doesn't make sense, I mentioned before, and I want to be, I showed on the screen just a moment ago, I'll show it again, that I've done a comprehensive review of red flag laws, by the way, in case people want to look for it. It has all 8,000 words of what I put in the report, as well as over 150 different sources that I did on red flag laws in 2018. Just so people know, I'm not joking when I say I've done more research on this than the entire Biden administration. But I also want to address, there is this bill, this was just passed, and I'm really angry about this because I talked about this in January of 2021. I spoke about it again in May of 2022. The unlawful purchase and sale or delivery and ownership of a body vest, a bulletproof armor. Okay, it's on the screen right now. That this passed. It seems only with 17 votes from the Senate, and there were 150 votes from, 107 votes, mostly 100 Democrats in the Assembly that voted for this. Am I wrong in understanding? You were a former police officer.
Yes.
A bulletproof vest is a passive self-defense and is not indicative of a crime or a mass shooting, and denying people that right to be able to self-protect is dangerous. Do I misunderstand that? In your experience as an officer, have you ever seen that not be the case, what I've just described?
100%. Now, there are criminals that do use body armor. Yes, that does happen.
Yeah.
But you are absolutely correct. That is a matter of passive self-defense. Now, here's the perfect example. My ex-fiance lives nearby me, but she lives alone in her house.
Mm-hmm.
And her house, it's a nice house, but there's a lot of, it's not, if you do like a walk around, there's a lot of glass windows, sliding glass doors. It's not a very secure house. Now, when we had the Summer of Love and all the peaceful protests that were going on with Black Lives Matter, there were threats that they were coming into the suburbs and they were going to attack people. She lives alone. We already saw the police response was essentially non-existent in certain areas, certain events took place. So they were essentially saying to us, you're left to your own device. If you call 911, someone is not going to be there. And that was never the case, especially when I was on the job. We had 3 riots. We had the Thomas Square Park riot, Crown Heights, we had Washington Heights, and we responded and we addressed them right away. This was outrageous. The lack of police response with this Black Lives Matter nonsense. So here I said to her, I said, look, you need to have a shotgun. Go get yourself a shotgun, go to the range, practice with it. But then this is a perfect example of someone who would benefit from body armor. God forbid somebody broke into the house and there's a gunfight where she's now shooting and they're shooting back. What does she have to lose by having body armor to hopefully protect her? She's alone in this house trying to defend herself. I think it's outrageous that they would take that away from her to be able to protect herself.
Yeah, and as I just showed on the screen, it says in the new law, which is Bill, if you want to look at it from the Assembly, it's Bill A10497, or in this New York State Senate, S9407-B. It says in there, the very first thing, a person is guilty of unlawful purchase of body vests when not being engaged or employed in an eligible position. They decide what job is good enough to protect you.
Right.
And they knowingly purchase or take possession of a body vest. If you own it, you've committed a crime. That's it. You've committed a crime, which can be an felony, because you own a passive self-defense unless you work for the government. That is what they have said here. I cannot imagine how they are telling moms, they're telling women, they're telling children across this nation, because this is meant to be national, that you can't own body armor because some crazed individual could also own that and they might do something bad. Is there any other law that, as a lawyer, is there any other law that says, well, a criminal could possibly commit a crime, therefore a lawful civilian can't own X?
No, I've never heard of that. Article 35, justification section of the penal law, allows you to use deadly physical force. So if I'm allowed to use deadly physical force when I'm threatened with deadly physical force, then why shouldn't I be allowed to protect myself from deadly physical force? Just it makes no sense. Now, it's funny that you bring this up. I am a retired New York City officer.
Right.
Somewhere up in the rafters of my closet, I think, is my bulletproof vest, but I'm now a civilian. Would I be in violation of this law now? They, as a retired member who's really, I have no police status. I'm a civilian. So now you're going to say that you're going to charge me with a felony for having something that I used, for years to protect myself, not to hurt anyone, to protect myself. And now that it's illegal and it's going to now hurt me and make me a felon. That's outrageous.
Yeah. And God forbid if you wore it more than once, you can be fined up to $10,000, by the way. Just so
Oh,
people
my
know,
God.
and I have this part of the, here it is.
It's time for me to contact Governor DeSantis, see if he has room for another retiree to move down there.
Let me ask one. I want to ask one other question of you, as both your experience as a retired officer of the New York Police Department, as well as an attorney. They have said that raising the age, the minimum age, to 21 to own any firearm in New York State, and this is, and I want to quote this. This is from Kathy Hochul herself, the appointed governor, not elected, appointed. We cannot be satisfied by New York's already tough gun laws. Shooting after shooting makes it clear that they must be even stronger to keep New Yorkers safe, which I believe is an admission that she's failed. The Democrats have failed. That gun control in America has failed because shooting after shooting makes it clear that they failed, that this isn't working. And their answer is, part of their answer is, you have to be 21 to own a firearm, any firearm, in New York State. You have experience, real world, dealing with criminals and the deranged who are attacking innocent individuals. Is that going to make people safe? Because the legal age is 21.
No, it's absolutely ridiculous. That's Democrats speak for, we want to take away all your guns, but one step at a time. That's essentially what it is, and I'll give you the proof of it. They passed a law a few years back called Raising the Age, where it allowed people who are arrested, 18 or younger, to be prosecuted in family court. Because as you know, in family court, we don't put people in jail. We give them services, we give them help. It's purely restorative. So what they're saying is, although you could have prosecuted people for various crimes, there are various serious violent felonies that you could have prosecuted and still can in criminal court.
Hello, everyone.
That you are now encouraged to send them to family court. So what is the net effect of what's happening now? The criminals, the gun carrying criminals, are getting their little sidekick to hold on to the firearm. So, the fact that we enact some law that you can't have a gun unless you're 21, they already have them. And now we're seeing more and more gun arrests, are kids who are 16, 17, even younger, that are carrying the firearms because, they're being told to or recruited to carry the firearms by older people, because to take advantage of this law, if they get arrested and found with the gun, they can be sent to family court. So it's an exploitation of these children, but it's by statute. It's because of this raising the age law that they are now pressuring kids to carry the firearm, where in the past they weren't. So this issue of 21 is absolutely ridiculous, at least in New York City. That's not stopping anyone but law-abiding citizens. Just more control. That's not helping the crime. And think about it again. I can't emphasize this enough. We have prosecutors been elected. I actually ran for district attorney in Queens County in 2019. I just could not believe we had Tiffany Caban, backed by AOC, who did not want to prosecute anything. The only people she wanted to prosecute cop, an ICE officer. And I say that jokingly, but that's essentially what she wanted. She did not want to prosecute. This whole push, this decarceration. We want to get rid of prisons and jails. People don't belong in cages. They're not criminals. They need help. They're sick. They need treatment, not prison. This is the whole philosophy here. So they're making it so difficult. We have that diaphragm law in New York City that if a police officer restricts the diaphragm of
Mhm.
someone they're trying to arrest, they could be charged with a crime. And it was struck down, but then just appealed and reversed. It's now in effect. I mean, this is insanity. And none of these laws make sense. They're so contradictory. And then when you elect these prosecutors who don't want to prosecute anyway, who are these laws impacting? They're not impacting any of the criminals. They're not dissuaded in any way. They're going to continue to do what they do because they're not being prosecuted. They're going to impact the law abiding citizens who are now going to be required to submit more of their private confidential information into a government database that's going to be exploited in some way, as we've seen politically with our government, how they use government resources to enact their political treachery. I just don't want to be in any more government databases. Leave me the hell alone.
Um, I should mention for everyone who's watching the program, again, this is Joe Murray. You have a YouTube channel which is called Allegedly Guilty. People can check that out. You're currently an attorney and a retired NYPD officer. I do also want to mention, as I learned recently, you also are a former Democrat. So I don't want
Yes.
people to think that I'm only talking to the right. I'm only talking to people who've always only been the hardcore right. No, this is a point of view that not just people who follow the law as attorneys do, not just people who enforce the law like the NYPD, people who are Democrats and moderates and everything else on the spectrum, and they can agree these laws aren't going to help anyone. Am I right?
Absolutely. I was Democrat for a long time. I believe, I believe in open government. I believe in unions. I believe in the support for organized labor, but transparency and sunlight and, things that I think are helpful. And I'm a criminal defense attorney, so some of the reforms that have come out of this criminal justice push for criminal justice reform were very helpful. Like discovery, we would sometimes, I remember one of my last trials in Manhattan, I was receiving discovery after the jury had already been picked. And we were just going through scheduling who's going to call what witness first or whatever. And then the prosecutor walks over to me and says, I have some more discovery stuff that I should have had years ago. And so I'm glad that there were some changes that were needed. There was a need for bail reform, but totally not the way they did it. The way they did it was outrageous. I campaigned on it, saying that this is an abomination that's going to cause so much crime, people being released. But the reform that I was looking for is a reasonable reform. See, when you just real quickly, when you go in to make a bail application, someone gets arrested, they're brought before the DA, you get to look at the paperwork, you really don't have much to go on. You talk to the client, you talk to maybe a couple of witnesses they put you in touch with. So the prosecutor makes the request for bail. And they may say, for whatever, there's a robbery, I'm asking for 100,000. Then the judge will say, okay, counsel, I'll hear you. And I still tell him about my client. He's a lifelong resident. He's got 2 kids. He's married. He owns a home. He's got so many ties to the community, Judge. There is no risk of him fleeing, because that's the only thing judges are allowed to consider in New York. It's not danger. It's just a flight. So then the judge would just throw out a number. Okay, I'm going to set bail at 75,000, whatever. there was really no effective way to appeal that because the judge never made any findings of why he's setting this bail. So my only request was we need to have judges be compelled to make some type of finding as to why they're setting the bail they're setting, because there's a lot of factors that go into it. But unless they put it on the record, we can't appeal it in any way. And it was just so arbitrary the way judges were doing it. I would know in advance. Like if I'm sitting waiting to do an arraignment, I would say, okay, who's next up in court? By the time this makes it to court, oh, Judge so and so. I'm like, who's after him on the midnight shift? Judge so and so. Oh, okay. You know what? Hold my peace. I'm gonna wait till the midnight because this judge hardly ever does arraignment. And a lot of judges fear if they go against the district attorney's office, they'll be retaliated against by the district attorney's office, or something horrible should happen when they release somebody, that they're going to be crucified by the press. So they take the sure, easy answer, easy way, and whatever the DA wants, the DA gets. They set whatever they want. So there's really no due process there. Just the judge parroting the DA because they're afraid. So there was a need for bail reform, and we debate what was the best way to do it. But certainly, the way they did it here in New York is they just said you can no longer ask for cash bail on these enumerated crimes. You just can't ask for it. I do like the fact that they're now using the least restrictive means test. And they actually have to go through, okay, we have electronic monitoring. That's sufficient. Electronic monitoring with some monetary bail. Why isn't that sufficient? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I think there are some good that came out of this recent criminal justice reform, but certainly closing Rikers Island, things like that, it made no sense. They closed Rikers Island. Well, it's still open now, but they ordered it closed. Rikers Island is a place, a centralized facility where we have most of our jails. That, for security reasons, we have most of our officers there who can, hop from jail to jail if there's an emergency. Now they want to put them in the boroughs. So now if Queens House of Detention has an uprising problem, they have to now wait for someone to respond from Brooklyn.
And there's going to be a problem.
It's insane.
With New York traffic? With the city traffic?
Yeah, with New York traffic. I also had a lot of clients that get so many services. Rikers Island was so maligned. They get so many services. They get all kinds of family. There's a great program, Steps to End Family Violence. You get batterers programs, anger management, all this stuff. I had a client that called me up. He was in jail. He was so excited. He goes, Joe, I just got my OSHA certification. And now I'm enrolled in a writing program sponsored by Columbia University. That's because everything's in a central location. Most of our jails are in this central location of Rikers Island. How many of these organizations, a lot of them nonprofits or like Columbia University, are they going to set up a program in all the borough jails now? No, they could just use one location and then through a rotation send people over there. It was just such a better way to do things. Now, it was decrepit.
Yeah, but
we needed better cameras, security, and it could have been upgraded, but shockingly.
That's just a lack of thought about the consequences of that. They're so busy getting the headline and the slogan that they're not thinking about, well, what's the consequence? And again, I'll mention for people who are not aware, with New York City traffic, which is insane, especially during the midday, during the week, you have one breakout and you have to go from, you need officers to come from the Bronx or Manhattan to get to the bottom of Brooklyn or into Queens. You're talking about half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour to get from one end of the city to the other. And that's just a recipe for more danger to the average civilian. But I want to. I do want to make sure I get other people just in case they want to talk about some of
Sure,
these things.
sure, absolutely. I love your show, Mike. I keep doing what you're doing. It, it's never been more important to do what you're doing right now than right now because we have these midterm elections coming up. I mean, I'm seriously thinking of leaving. Look at what's happening. I mean, this is out of control.
Many
New
people
York
are.
is not a friendly place anymore for law-abiding people. If you're a criminal, they will take care of you soup to nuts.
Yeah, and
So keep sounding the alarm. I'm happy to help in any way I can, and enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
yeah, well, I definitely will, and I thank you for calling into the program and speaking with a little bit.
Take care now.
You too. And folks, just like you heard, and I'm happy that I could get Joe on because I've spoken with him on the Rory Sauter show. I've watched his YouTube channel. I do advise you go ahead and check it out. Allegedly Guilty on YouTube, where he's got a lot of insight. And yet again, we have one more member of. This is another lawyer on top of a growing list of lawyers that I've spoken to. Members. People who've run for elected office, people who are in elected office, that have said these things that we are being told are not helping us. These things are helping criminals, sure, but they're not making you safe. The promise is you're going to be safe. And we've heard that from, appointed Governor Kathy Hochul. They keep telling us, well, this is going to make you safer, but it doesn't make us safer. I mean, these are the bills, by the way, in case people don't know, and all the links will be in the description because no one else in the media is taking the time to go through this stuff. There is Bill S-9556, S-9458, S-9465. Links will be on all of them. So I want you to be able to see this stuff that they're going to make into felonies for you to legally take care of yourself. And I'm also going to include this by Legislative Gazette that has links to each of the bills, both in the Assembly and in the state, that goes over this. And again, I want you to understand, Democrats know this. Appointed Governor Kathy Hochul knows she is not making you safer. She knows this. That's why she said we cannot be satisfied by New York's already tough gun laws. If they're tough already, then why aren't they working already? We were promised the New York SAFE Act. We were promised the red flag laws, magazine bans. We were promised that they were going to take care of the problem. They're not. So why do we have any confidence that these new laws are going to be any better on New York State? And trust me, if they're doing it in New York State, it's coming to the rest of this nation. And I wanted to point out a couple of these bills so you could see this for yourself. So there's, and again, the links will be there. So this is Bill S-9458. It relates to taking possession of a semi-automatic rifle, that you need to get a license. You have to be 21 and you have to be given a license. That means the government gets to pick and choose who gets to defend themselves. And if you don't have the right political ideology, you're not going to be able to do it. You can't protect your property, your family, or yourself if the politicians that run New York State don't like you. That means because I am a black conservative Republican and I'm in a state that is highly, absolutely progressive, they don't want to give me a license. Why would they? Even though I have had threats on my life multiple times, several of them on video that I have presented because of individuals like the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Citizen Action, and BLM and Antifa have threatened my life. But according to this bill, I don't get to defend myself if there is even one member of the bureaucracy of New York that says, oh, Mike's a Republican, I don't like him. And they will do it to you too. That is a fact. And New York is corrupt. Disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo, the disgraced Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin. How many governors and lieutenant governors and AGs do we have to go through in New York State over the last decade alone? How many corrupt politicians do we have? We've seen at every level of New York State government. And you mean to tell me that this time on this kind of issue, they're finally not going to be corrupt? That they're not going to be cronies and allowing their friends and family and the donors to them to be able to have an advantage over people who just want to protect themselves, even with legitimate threats? And what about women? Every woman has to go through this, and they have to make sure that they check all the boxes so that that same kind of corruption will allow them to defend themselves. A 5-foot woman defending herself against a 6'2", 280-pound man that wants to do her harm. She can't protect herself with a body armor, and she can't protect herself unless New York State says, did you pay us all the money? Did you give us enough taxes? Okay, you get a license. And by the way, the license is only good for 5 years. They didn't tell you that in the news, did they? It's 5 years, and you have to renew. And if you do not renew the bill, if you do not renew it, then you are a criminal, and you will be charged a fine of not to exceed $250. And you will never be able to get a license again. If you do not renew your license every 5 years, which means every 5 years, New York State gets to say, nope, you don't get the right to have it. That means that any guns that you own, you have to give back to New York State. Otherwise, you're in criminal possession of a firearm, and you're a criminal, and they can, besides red flag laws, you are in violation of law, and they're going to come after you. What if you forget? What if you forget? How many people have gotten a driver's license and forgot that it expired? Imagine now that you have, and that's a 10-year. You get 10 years on your license. Imagine if you have a gun license, because New York State requires that you have to now get a license for every rifle, every shotgun, every handgun, and every 5 years, you have to renew it. By the way, you're paying for this license. You have to pay for the application. You have to pay for the process. And then you have to pay to get that license, and you have to renew it every 5 years. You got to come up with this money. And if you don't, all of your firearms, all of your property, you have to give it to New York State, or else. Or else they're going to charge you $250, and you will never get the license back, and you are a criminal. You will be in criminal possession of a firearm, and they will put you in jail. Do you think that's fair? Do you think that's in your best interest? Is that making you safe? I ask this question very seriously. Will this make you safe, knowing that every 5 years you have to get a license? If New York says you can have it, you have to pay the money for that license, increasing the state revenues. And if you don't, you will be charged a fine, and you will be a criminal, and they will put you in jail for the crime of owning the guns that just the day before were legal. Think about that. Does that make you safer? Or is that just helping criminals saying, because you're never going to, I don't want to go through that hassle. I don't want to be charged for, if I remember the exact day that I have to renew my license, if I forget, or if I get denied by New York State, then now I have to give up, I don't know, every handgun is what, $500 on average. You're going to spend $1,000, $2,000 on each rifle. You could be giving up thousands of dollars of your property. You're not going to get paid for this. They're just going to take it from you. You don't get reimbursed that money. You just lose it. So that's your money going out the window to New York State. You get nothing for it. And if you don't do exactly what they say, if you do not comply, you are a criminal. And they will punish you. This is the law. Literally, the way the law is written, if you find out, if you get the license, and you have a firearm, and they deny you that firearm, and you forgot even one day, and the very next day you go in and they say, oh, no, we're just not going to renew it for whatever reason that New York State decides on, guess what? By the time you get home, there could be police officers standing at your door arresting you for the illegal possession of a firearm. And all you did is, I went to get it. I went in, I was trying to get my license renewed, and they said no. Or there was a delay because New York is bureaucratic. I submitted my paperwork. I asked for the renewal, and they just didn't get back to me yet. Well, too bad, because you still have an illegal firearm. Your license is expired. You're going to jail. Can you imagine that? No, I can't click the link on that. But I will include the link so that people will be able to see it. This is insane, folks. And this is the law. This is the law I am talking about. And Joe mentions that he's going to trial on June 13th to defend a woman charged with possessing imitation firearms. Imitation used by her husband in a production of a rap video. It's an imitation. This is how bad this is about punishing you for exercising your constitutional right by birth. That's how bad this is, folks. And I'm trying to make sure, and no one is paying attention to this stuff. No one is noticing this stuff. And this is terrifying. It's terrifying because the rest of the media, no one else in the news media has stopped to tell you that if your license expires, you are a criminal and you will go to jail because New York State is either bureaucratically useless or they just don't like you. And that's on top of, as Joe, an attorney, is mentioning, airsoft guns, BB guns. It's so much stuff. Joe, you're sending it to a different link. While I'm live, I can't bring that up. But I will include it at the end of the video. That's just one of the bills that Kathy Hochul has decided that she wanted to put up against you. And again, remember, there's also the large magazines. And I'm going to have links for all of this. Again, this is 9229. So that you know, and you can look this up, that you can have a magazine that's larger than 10 bullets. Criminals don't care. Criminals can get a magazine that's larger than 10 bullets. You're law-abiding. You can't. This is against you. This isn't stopping criminals. The criminals can still get the firearms. They can still get the magazines. They can still get the bullets. They can still go out and do what they're going to do. You can't, but the criminals can do it. This isn't stopping anyone. Tell me how this is stopping someone from using this against you. Again, I'm going through the things that no one else in the media is going to tell you. They refuse to go over this with you. This is another bill. This is the, what is this one? Establishes a crime. You can't, here's a good one. They made it a crime to threaten a mass harm or aggravated threat of a mass harm. If you make a threat, then you will be punished. Now, the thing that got me about this that's really interesting, it doesn't matter even if there is no actual threat. Okay? For the purposes of this section, an overt act may include making a plan, compiling a list of targets, possession of any weapon or device that can be used to carry out the threat, or other preparatory actions. Think about that. For the purposes of this section, for this bill that they are making legal, you have made an act of mass threat, of threatening people's lives by owning a weapon or any device that carries out that threat. If you own a car, if you own a gun, they can hit you with this if they want to. And if you happen to be political, if you happen to say, I don't agree with the Democrats in New York State, what politician, how many people can come after you? Not only with red flag laws, but with this. Oh, you own a gun. Well, you're dangerous. So we're going to hit the red flag law and we're going to charge you with the threat. By the way, I want to make sure this is as clear as I can before I go back to the comments. According to New York State's red flag law, you can have a person say that you are a danger. They can go to court. They can get a warrant. You will never know about this. They will say that you are dangerous because you own a gun and they don't like you. That warrant will be signed because no judge will ever not sign. There has never been, as far as I can find out, from every state, all 19, they have never not given a warrant for a red flag, regardless of the reason. They will come to your door somewhere between 5 a.m. and 8 a.m. That's normally when red flag actions take place. They will have Child Protective Services with them to take your kids. They will come into your home and they will take it. And when they take your firearm, by the way, you've never committed a crime. Because they're taking your guns, they will not only take it because of the red flag law, but then they will charge you with this bill that you are not only a threat to yourself and others, but you are violating this bill, which says that you are, because you own the guns, you're a threat to mass harm. And this is another crime that they're going to throw against you just because someone didn't like you. Every lawyer will look at this and go, Mike, but they wouldn't do that. But they can. It's not whether they will do it, they can do it. And they do this. It is happening in the states. It is happening. This is a political weapon being used against people to punish you for exercising your rights in the wrong state. They will do this in New York State because they have done this in New York State. And I'm the only one in the news media that I can see, the major news media that I am aware of, who has spent the time to actually look at the bill and to tell you this is what it says and show you when it says it. Because they know if you heard this, if you looked at this and you thought about the corruption of New York State, you would say, there is no way in hell I want the corrupt government of New York State to have that kind of power over your life without ever committing a crime. You forgot to fill out your license, so they went and did a red flag at your house, and oops, because you have these firearms, you are not only in possession of a legal weapon, you are a mass threat. You are a uber criminal. You're going to jail. Why? Because you happen to say, I think America First is a great idea. I believe in being MAGA. I believe in making America great again. I think we shouldn't have bail reform, or I don't think that we should I don't know, we want to spend less money. Whatever it is that the progressives want that you may have ever said, I don't agree with, you're a criminal, you're going to jail. This is, and you tell me, Mike, that's just not possible. That's just not going to happen. January 2021, I told you that they were going to make it criminal for you to own a bulletproof vest, body armor, that it was a crime. It was going to be made a crime. People laughed at me in January 2021. People laughed at me May of 2022. Said, Mike, that's just not going to happen. It is passive self-defense. I said, watch out. Talk to your politicians. Do not let them vote for this. In the middle of the night, they voted for it. It's now a crime. And you want to tell me that they're not going to use the red flag law, the mass harm law, and a registration, a license, a registry of gun owners against you? Of course they will. Show people this. You don't have to show them the entire time that we've been talking. Show them just this section. Show them what I am showing you in the law. This is the law. I'm not, this isn't right wing, some guy who said, I think this is what it's going to be. I'm showing you the law itself. I am going through the law itself. This is what the Democrats voted for against you. That's what they want against you. And I am just asking you, consider New York State is corrupt. We all know that. That is a fact. And in that corrupt system where they don't care about the public, do you think it's possible? Is it even possible that these laws will be used to punish someone they don't like? And if that is possible, then guess what? That shouldn't be a law, because that is coercion. And they are getting away with this because they are emotionally manipulating you. They are manipulating you, saying that this is to protect children and we are doing something. And if you don't agree, well, you're evil. You must be a bad guy. You're the problem because you don't agree, because we're doing something. We are protecting the kids. Meanwhile, criminals are looking at this going, doesn't do anything to me. The deranged are going, doesn't affect me. Just legal law-abiding citizens are sitting there going, oh my God, this will be abused. This will be used politically. This will be used against people. Your neighbor doesn't like you. They're going to use it against you. And it is happening right now. The red flag laws in New York State, since 2019, 1,409 people in New York State have had red flags used against them. One case out of Utica, a man, his business was destroyed so much, his reputation and his business was destroyed because of a disgruntled employee that he committed suicide. That is a fact. I've covered it on this program before. And that is just one public example. And no one else in New York State is covering this. No one else in New York State has told people that they have gotten from New York State the exact number of how many red flag laws have been executed. I do. I have the FOIA, 1,409. How many people have been punished because someone else, like a disgruntled employee, like your neighbor who's upset with you, have called in a red flag law against someone just to punish them? Not because they committed a crime, not because they did anything wrong. And now it's even easier. It is even easier now to punish someone, to say, oh, I know that he's got guns. Is his license up to date? Maybe it's not. I will call a red flag and make sure that they're going to take the guns and they're going to say you're in the illegal possession of the firearms and you're a threat to everyone and yourself. You're going to jail because I don't like you. I'm sorry, folks. I'm trying to make it as honest as I can because no one else in New York news media in the nation that I am hearing about it that are saying this. By the way, Joe asked 1,409 red flag laws actions in New York State. That is since the day that they made it legal. So since June of 2019, that has to today, actually till March of 2022. So it works out to about somewhere around 800 per year, to be exact. So this is terrifying, folks. And this is happening. And no one's telling you this. You don't have to agree with it. You can be a Democrat, you can be a libertarian, you can be a communist for all I care, as well as a Republican or conservative, and tell me that this isn't the government trying to take away more of your life, that they are controlling you, that they are finding ways to punish you, the law-abiding citizen. And it is a fact that 99.994% of all gun owners, 165 million people in the United States, 7.5 million the last 2 years alone, they're coming after you. They are mad at you. And they have not stopped a single criminal. Not one. I know everyone says, well, look at Chicago, look at Baltimore, look at Detroit, you can go to LA, New York City. Forget that. And that's all true. But just look at red flag laws alone. Since 1999, have never stopped a single mass shooting in any state that they exist in, and they have not had any effect on suicides. That is a fact. That is by the studies of Duke University and the University of Indiana. I've talked to Connecticut. I've talked to Indiana. I've sent them FOIAs. No evidence. That's why not one Democrat, not one politician will ever give you an actual stat of any gun law, any gun control ever being effective. Not one. They have never quoted anything because it never has worked. That is a fact. Anyone who wants to dispute me, show me an actual study, an actual analysis where there was actually an impact. I have looked at the studies. I have looked at the data from New York State, from the FBI. I have looked at it from the CDC. There is no evidence. None. Not one. Joe Murray asks about, in reference to red flag laws, have I been able to get dispositions? No. They will. New York State will not provide, or at least will not provide to me, what happened in those red flag laws. They will not, and they also, and I have asked every politician that voted for the red flag laws in my local region. I've asked Donald Lapardo about this and said, can you get the number of how many families were broken up, how many children were taken away from families because of red flag laws? They refuse. That is not part of the law. New York State doesn't count that. In fact, not any state, all 19, none of them will tell you how many families have been destroyed because of red flag laws. They don't count. They won't give you the number. It's considered private information to protect the child. They will not give any information. It happens. They just won't tell us how often it happens. By the way, there's no crime. No crime happened. Every single time. If you don't believe me, ask any politician, any of the judicial courts in any of the 19 states that have red flag laws, and ask them the same questions I'm asking. You will get exactly the same answer. I've done the homework. No, you don't get to face the accuser. And in all but one state, if you have a false red flag, and I want to be very clear about this because people say, well, Mike, they can't just make it up. They can't just say it's a red flag just because. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Because in New York State, in the national bill, there is no section of the law that says if I file a false red flag action, there is no penalty. There is no crime. They will just say, oops, and it's done. So if someone says, I don't like you because you're a libertarian, I don't like you because you're a moderate Democrat, if they say, I don't like you because you're white and I believe in critical race theory, if they say anything like that, if that's their thought, and they say, I think you're dangerous because I saw a tweet, I saw something on Facebook, I listened to you talking to your friends, and I overheard you say something that made me afraid or nervous, they can go to the court and they can say you are dangerous. By the way, in New York State, red flag law, it says explicitly that if you have a dangerous implement, that they will make sure the red flag happens. A dangerous implement is anything that has ever been used to harm another human being. A branch, a rock, if you have a knife, to eat your dinner, to cut a steak, to cut a potato, if you happen to have a baseball bat, a screwdriver, if you have a gun, anything that you have bought within the last 6 months is a dangerous weapon and therefore justifies New York State for going in and doing a red flag action. And that is true in 7 of the 19 states that have red flag laws, as well as the national red flag law. These are facts. You can look at the laws I already have. Don't take my word for it. Look at the bill itself. I have done the homework on this. And now they are adding new bills, like I am showing you. And these bills are built, they are designed to punish you, not criminals. There is nothing that is being offered by New York State, by Gov Hochul, by the New York State legislature controlled by Democrats. Not one thing will hurt, stop, or slow down a single criminal, not one. And if Kathy Hochul, if Donna Lepardo, Assemblywoman Donna Lepardo, if former Congressman Antonio Delgado of the New York 19th District, now Lieutenant Governor, if there is any Democrat in New York State, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, you name them, Jerry Nadler, if they would like to debate me on this, I will appear anywhere in New York State or in Washington, D.C., and I will be happy to present all of the evidence and have the debate. I will go to the floor of Congress if I am invited to present the information over 15 years that says how this is being abused and how this has never, ever slowed down any criminal. I will be happy to have that conversation. I have gone to colleges across, I've talked to Rutgers University, Binghamton University. I've gone to colleges and I've had this conversation. I have had this conversation with lawyers and politicians in multiple states. I have reached out to the states themselves. The evidence I am providing to you, I am telling you is absolutely correct. And I tell you, do not believe me. Ask your politicians if what I am saying is correct. Don't believe me. Ask the politicians. Ask the candidates. Ask them if I am correct that none of this will hurt any criminal, but it will hurt law-abiding citizens. Because they are so confident you will never do this that they never have to explain this. Look at the coverage of CNN versus what I have described to you. I am telling you what the bill will do. CNN tells you what the headline is. They tell you don't worry, you're going to be safe. I'm telling you how you're not. They have never mentioned in CNN, how is this going to stop the criminals? Or MSNBC, ABC, CBS, the New York Times. They're not telling you how this is going to protect you. They're just making it sound really good on how it's going to take away your freedom, your rights, and how it's going to punish you. And that's why I'm so upset about this. Because they are using marketing tricks and ad slogans to make you feel fear and demand that they do something, as Joe Biden said on Thursday. Do something, one of the worst things you could ever ask a politician to do, any politician. And they're saying, we're doing something. They've done something. They took away your rights. They took away your freedom. They made you less safe. You didn't ask them to protect you from criminals. You didn't ask them to do anything effective. If you said do something, then you didn't say what to do. You said they could do anything, and they did. What they did is punish you because you're a law-abiding citizen and you have a right to defend yourself with a firearm according to the Second Amendment, and they decided, no, you can't. They don't trust you. They don't like you. That's why they're making a law that hurts and punishes you. Criminals, they don't care about. If you think I am wrong, and that is perfectly fine, you can disagree with me. Tell me why. What is the evidence that shows that I am wrong? What is the evidence that shows that everything I have just discussed in these bills, when I have shown you the bill and I am showing you the actual law, please tell me what evidence you have that tells you that what I am showing you in this law is wrong. The law that I actually read this. What is it that's telling that you are looking at that says, Mike, they can't abuse these laws like I have just explained how they will? How does this affect criminals? As I have just explained, it doesn't. How am I misunderstanding? I am going to the law itself. This isn't a right wing or left wing. I am showing you the law they just put in place. Tell me how I am wrong in what I am telling you it will do and what it won't do, how it won't protect you. Let me go to some of the comments. I know I've been talking for a little bit. Folks, you can also call in to 607-242-1582. Please, if you're watching the program for the first time, Don't misunderstand my passion for my understanding. And please, if you found this to be interesting, informative, if this is useful at all, please like, share, and subscribe. Because we're trying to get to 1,234 subscribers. That's it. And I'm more than happy for anyone to quote me or to use any of the information in context and share it with other people. Please do. In fact, I ask you to. Yes, hit the like button. But think about it, folks. And I'm being very honest with you. And I am being very direct and honest when I say, if you disagree, call in 607-242-1582. You will be treated with absolute respect. If you say that I'm old, if you say I'm ugly, if you say I'm a racist, no. But if you actually have a reason, you say, Mike, you just don't understand. Here's why I think any of these laws are actually going to help people. I will hear you out. I hope you can convince me why I'm wrong. But in 15 years of watching politicians do this very same trick over and over and over again, using your emotions against you, saying they are doing something over and over again, and it never works. Please, if you're a politician or you are someone who's a candidate like Josh Riley, who's running for the New York 19, if you're appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, Jerry Nadler, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, I will debate any of them. Have them call in. I will be happy to have the discussion with them. Please tell me how they have evidence that I can't find that tells me how this works, because I've looked at all the evidence. I've read the bills, and it doesn't, which is why the rest of the news media won't tell you what's in the bill. They won't tell you how this actually makes you safe. You're reading the bills like I am. I'm showing you. And at the end of the show, the links to everything I've discussed will be available for you so you can read it for yourself. And you will see exactly what is being said. And you will see that everything I'm telling you is exactly correct. I do not want you to take my word for it. I want you to challenge me. I want you to see this for yourself. I want you to read it for yourself so that when these politicians turn around and say, we did something, and you say, no, you didn't. And the next time that there's going to, and there will be a next time, there will be another mass shooting. There will be another crime. And when that happens, and they say, but we did something, you can say, no, you didn't. Say it to the practical progressive, Eric Adams, who thinks he can run for president, mayor of New York. You can ask him. And honestly, folks, do I make sense? Let me go to the comments here. So Dow mentions that there's also a potential of double jeopardy. And in a way, yes, because you can use, it's not so much double jeopardy as they're using one law to create the crime in another law. It's very easy because it's a domino effect. Oh, you broke this law, so now you're guilty of the next law, which means you're guilty of the next law. Even though the whole thing that starts off with is you committed no crime. You're just a lawful American citizen. It is possible. That's one of the things that we have to make sure of. And yes, it is correct, Dow. Dow mentions that red flag laws, they can be renewed indefinitely, forever. A judge actually, and to be very correct about this, red flag laws in every state, all 19 states, this is a fact, that if you have a red flag against you, the court can automatically renew the red flag laws indefinitely. There is no end date. They can just renew it and renew it and renew it. And in fact, they have every reason to do that. And I want you to understand why. So here's something that people don't understand. If you are a judge who has to be elected, who has to deal with the public, And if you're a judge and you say, oh, I'm not going to sign this red flag warrant for whatever reason. And if you are wrong and that person somehow goes out and commits a crime because you didn't take away their firearms, you are never going to win another election. You're going to be demonized by the news media, and you may get sued. Every single judge in the entire nation always signs a red flag law. Just because if they're wrong, they get screwed, that they could be sued, that they could be liable. So they always sign the red flag laws. They always sign it even when it's wrong, because they could be liable. So it doesn't matter that you have lost your due process. It doesn't matter that you didn't commit a crime. It doesn't matter how you're going to be punished by social media, how you're going to be punished at your job, how you're going to be punished by having your family taken away. It doesn't matter. They're going to do it anyway. Always. Every time. Again, I cannot find evidence in any state since 1999 where a judge has denied a red flag law. Not once. I have no evidence. I cannot find it. I've asked the states for it. I cannot find any evidence where a red flag law has resulted, where it's been stopped in the process. They have always signed it off. And when there is a law that always, automatically, every time punishes you, even though you did not commit a crime, in 19 different states, that's not law. That's a punishment. That is coercion. That is abuse of power. And it happens every day in the United States. And New York State is one of the least likely. By the way, if you're wondering, but Mike, what about Florida? Yes, I know that Senator Marco Rubio has a red flag bill. I'm against that too. Yes, I have read the Senate bill for the red flag, a national red flag bill. I am against it. I do not stand for it. Everything I've mentioned about the New York State bill and the other 19 states exists and is part of the national red flag bill created by Marco Rubio. It is just as dangerous. It is just as much of a problem. And if you say, well, but Mike, what about states that are Republican? Democrats won't be able. Yes, Democrats will still be able to do it to Republicans, and Republicans will be able to do it to Democrats. It isn't just limited to one party. In New York State, it is most likely that Democrats will do it to conservatives and to Republicans. But in every state, anyone can do it to you. Your ex-wife, your ex-girlfriend, or ex-boyfriend, whatever it may be, your family members, the people at your job, in some cases, a temporary badminton coach at the school can cause a red flag against you. In New York State, your doctor can put a red flag against you because it's whatever reason they decide. Yes, Richard, hello, Richard. Richard says there was a movie that there were people, the only people who had guns were the police and the military, and that movie was Schindler's List. Yes, and you can also say it was the Russian, not the Russian Civil War, but the communist movement in Russia, the Little Red Book movement of Mao in China. You can say Venezuela today in Venezuela, same thing. This is a serious issue, folks. And it's not because I'm some fanatic. Yes, I'm passionate. I'm not a fanatic. I'm not like, oh, the Second Amendment. Oh my God, I'm a fanatic. I don't care about anything. I care about children. I care about innocent people. I care. But at the same time, I don't want to give up my right to defend myself, my friends, my family, my property. I don't want to give up that right for an empty promise that has never come true, that doesn't have any effect. No one should. I have the right to wear bulletproof vest. I have the right to defend myself because the police can't be everywhere, because Nancy Pelosi is not coming down and shadowing me and is my bodyguard. And let me make it clear for you. None of these politicians that are for this actually believe it. Jerry Nadler has a private security. Nancy Pelosi has federal security. Cori Bush pays $70,000 a year for private security. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has private security as well as federal security. These people have the security you can't afford. They don't care if you are protected at night. They have security. We don't. We just have the Second Amendment. Thank you, Richard. I hope more people will. And again, like, share, and subscribe. Copy this section and send it to all your friends. I'm perfectly happy for it. And by the way, if there is a Democrat out there, if there is a Libertarian out there, if there is a conservative or Republican out there, if there is a member of the Socialist Party that wants to copy what I am saying and to use that as and you believe it, and you believe that I am right, and you say, we need to correct these laws, please use every example I have provided, all the evidence I have provided, because it means we get a better law and people will be better protected. I am perfectly okay with that. I have no problem with that. I don't care. This isn't political. This is about saving people's lives. The only reason why it's political is because progressives are offering this, knowing damn well that this is not going to save a single life. And I'm willing to stand up and say, that doesn't work for me. If you want to take away my Second Amendment right, if you want to take away my ability to defend myself, you better give me something for it. I want concrete proof that this is going to save my life, the life of children around me, my neighbors, my community. I want proof. Yes, that's a good idea. User has been banned says, if only bodyguards can have guns, hire yourself as on a 1099 as a bodyguard. That's a good trick. I don't know if the IRS will agree with that, but it sounds like an idea. And by the way, folks, when we stop and think about this, take out all the emotion, take out all the politics. We know it doesn't work. Okay. I want you to think about this for a second. At the end of the day, this doesn't make you safer. Why should we do it? We have seen Democrat after Democrat for 5 decades that I have been alive. They have admitted nothing they have offered, which is the same thing over and over again, has ever worked. The answer has always been take away the guns. Every single time. That's the only answer they get. Take away your guns. We're going to stop you from owning a gun. We're going to make it harder for you to own a gun. We're going to take away the types of gun you have. We're going to take away your ammunition, the amount of ammunition you have. They're taking. What are you getting? Don't believe me. Ask the candidates. Ask the politicians. Every single elected politician. Ask Chuck Schumer. Ask Kirsten Gillibrand. Ask Donna Lopardo, the Assemblywoman. Ask at every level of government. Ask them all. Ask them, what am I getting for this? Because the evidence is nothing. We get nothing. Why would you want to do that? How is that a fair deal? Dow mentions equating a non-emotional reactionary virtual signal does not mean that the person does not care. It's just our emotions are focused through discipline to create effective solutions, not just action. Yes, I'm passionate. I am very passionate about this because I'm tired after 15 years of doing political commentary, of interviewing candidates and interviewing elected politicians and reading bills just like these over and over again, and then looking at the data from the FBI, from the CDC, from New York State and all the other states. It doesn't work. So I'm very passionate in telling you, there are more effective ways to protect our children than trying to pass H.R. 7910 just because it says it protects children. It's the Protecting Our Children Act. Yeah, it's got a great title. It does nothing. It will not save the life of a single child anywhere in America or the world. And the reason why this is important internationally is every other country has even less rights than America. And if America, the symbol of freedom around the world, if the symbol of liberty around the world, a nation known for its ability for anyone to own a gun, where we have 165 million people who own guns, that's more than most countries have people. We have more people in America that own a gun than most countries have a population. And we do that relatively peacefully, to be honest. And you know what? If we can't own guns, no one in the world gets to own them. Everyone else in the world has less freedom and less ability to defend themselves. In Canada, it is a crime right now to be able to transfer a gun, to buy a gun, to sell a gun, to do anything with a gun except if you already own it. If you already own it, for the moment, you're safe. And how long will it be before they say, and now the Canadian government will take everyone's gun? And who's going to protect you when the police cannot get to you? What's going to happen when it's 2:30 in the night or 3 in the morning, or as happened in my home at 4 in the morning when a guy that's high on PCP breaks down your door and is coming into your house because they're crazed on PCP? What are you going to do? And luckily enough for me, it took 3 minutes for the police to get here. Lucky. But what happens in those 3 minutes? Who's protecting you? And what if it takes 5 minutes? What if it takes 8 minutes? What if they never show up? And again, I'm asking this question. I don't care what your political preference is. I want you to ask yourself this question. Who's going to take care of you? Well, the police will take care of it. They're defunding the police. Even if they weren't defunding the police can't be everywhere at all times. Who's protecting you? But it's a law. But they're criminals because they don't follow the law. Who's protecting you? Who's going to protect you? But Mike, you don't understand. It's a law. It's already a law not to commit murder. In Texas, they broke that law. In Buffalo, they broke that law. In the New York subway, broke that law. In Waukesha, Waukesha, using a car. In Las Vegas, using a car. In Manhattan, using a car. They broke that law. San Bernardino, the nightclub in Florida. How many places do you want me to go through? How many times in the last 15 years they broke the law? They don't care. I care. That's why I want you to be armed and trained. I want it as a law, and I've said it before, every woman in America to get out of high school, to graduate from college, you have to go through a course and be trained on how to handle a firearm And you have to get it. That is part of graduating from high school. That's part of graduating from college. Every woman. Now, it is your right as an American never to own a gun. I'm not going to make you own a gun. I just want to make sure that every woman in America has the knowledge and the capability from high school and in college to be able to defend themselves. Do you think that would work? And let me ask you another question. Why is it that all the feminist movements don't agree? Every feminist organization in America, to my knowledge, does not want women to be armed. To my knowledge, there isn't any of them that are in favor of women owning guns to protect themselves. Why? Why don't, besides the fact that they are Democrats and they are progressives, why don't they want women to defend themselves? Why am I, a radical, according to some on the internet, Republican conservative, black Republican conservative that supposedly doesn't exist? Why am I saying that I want to protect women by giving them the ability to protect themselves, and the feminist organizations won't say that? They won't tell women to do that. But they're the good guys. They're the ones who are protecting women. I'm just an evil bastard. I don't understand it. By the way, if you disagree, even if you agree, but especially if you disagree, call into 607-242-1582. I will be happy to hear what you have to say. If you're a feminist and you think women should not be armed, call in 607-242-1582. It's right above me right now. Or you can type in YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and you can tell me as a feminist why women should not be armed. Why women should not be able to buy body armor. Why the government should decide if this woman or that woman ever gets to use a firearm. Please tell me why. And they will never answer this question because they cannot answer it. There is no answer other than we want votes. Political power. That's the only answer to the question that I can understand. Yes, and user has been banned mentions it's the same thing as getting a stun gun, tasers. Again, I'm perfectly fine. You can choose to use a taser or a stun gun. I don't care. But these things are illegal. Why? Hang on one second, folks. I just want to take a quick break for a second. Here we go. 1 second.
And I have him here. I'm so happy. The man, the myth, the legend himself, from upstate New York, Binghamton, originally from here, but now from there, with his own podcast, No Soundbites Allowed, the one and only Michael Voss. Thank you for coming today.
Always great. Boy, love.
Appreciate that. I have a crazy, maybe a crazy to talk about real fast, or a rarity. You are a Republican. And not just that, you are a Republican of color in New York State.
Black and Puerto Rican.
Oh my God.
I'm like boxing.
That's correct. Yes, that's not what's supposed to happen. So please tell me, how does that work?
My entire family.
Well, you're originally from Bronx, right?
I'm from
Just like I am. Heavy Democrat stronghold.
up by Boston. All right. So that's me talking with Larry Sharp about these issues and many others. Good friend of mine. Larry has a very unique perspective on this as well, which I think is important. Larry has an answer. He's just trying to make people happy. That's the answer from Larry Sharp, is try to improve the well-being of the nation, and that happy people don't commit mass murders. That's a direct quote from Larry Sharp. He's not wrong. How we get there, I'm not sure, but I don't think that's a wrong idea. And I think it's a better idea than what we're getting from appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, the New York State Legislature, from Joe Biden, because they're not offering us anything. They honestly aren't. Drop my glasses. And, you know, I find it interesting. For 15 years, I have never heard an argument from any anti-gun proponent, whether they're on the left, the right, or in between. I have yet to hear anyone who's given me an argument that actually is effective, that says, Mike, you're wrong. The closest I've ever heard anyone come up with is, we need background checks. And the answer is, we already have them. Doesn't work. It's not useful. Doesn't do anything. Doesn't stop anyone. That's the closest that I've ever heard, is we got background checks. We do that. We have over 10,000 background checks that are useless, that actually identify people who shouldn't have a gun, and they get them anyway. It's useless. Dow says that it should be more of a restoration of the right for women and men from all demographics to self-defense. I understand. And I think, yes, I think men and women should be able to defend themselves. And that, quite honestly, everyone, it should be a requirement in every high school, in every college, that everyone has to take a lesson on firearms and self-defense, to learn what they do, and to learn how to protect themselves, and to know how to properly use a firearm. I think everyone should. But you know what? That won't pass Congress. That will never pass in New York State. Fine. Then I will make the compromise. Teach every woman. Democrats say they're for women. Progressives say that they are standing up for the rights of the poor and for women and for people of color. Fantastic. Make it a requirement for women, the poor, and people of color to be trained on how to use a firearm in high school and in college. And if you want to use my tax money for that, fantastic. Take the money away from the red flag laws. Let's put this into the colleges. I'll be happy to be able to pay for that. That's something I agree with. Why can't we do that? Why not? Why am I wrong? Well, the police should be the only one to... One of the arguments that's very popular is, well, the police, the government, should be the only ones to have a gun. Well, the police and the government can't be everywhere at all times. And we also hear from the very same people who say the police and the government should be the only ones to have a gun. They're also the ones to tell me that the police and the government don't know they abuse their power and that they shouldn't have guns. So who's going to protect you? If I follow the left-leaning progressive ideology, we should have less police, no firearms, and civilians can't protect themselves either. Who's going to protect you against the criminals? How are you protected? It's a simple question. And they will not answer that question. They won't even listen to the question. I have asked this of Antonio Delgado. I have asked this of Donald Lepardo. I've asked this of Kirsten Gillibrand, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi. I've sent them the letters. They refuse to answer because there is no answer. Yeah, the cartels might protect you. That's true. Folks, I have done a pretty intense rundown of the bills that were just passed in New York State that will not protect you. I have done a rundown of the promises that you have been given from Joe Biden all the way down to the local government over the last several decades. I have looked at the bills directly showing you the bills and what they do and how they will be abused. No one else in the media will do that. As well as talking to you about the other problems that are affecting America and the world. The destabilization of our safety, of peace in the world with North Korea. I've talked to you about food and the food crisis that's coming up this fall. Energy prices, jobs. We've talked about a lot of things. We do this every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I hope this has been informative. I hope that this gives you questions to ask every elected official, every candidate that's asking for your vote, that's asking for a donation and your support. I hope you ask them these things, and I hope they give you an answer, a good answer, an answer better than, we're doing something. Because if they don't give the money, don't give them your vote. Give it to someone else. I'm not telling you who. I'm telling you, get someone who's better. But every Sunday at 2:30 p.m., we have these conversations with people around the world. We have an international audience. We reach out to everyone because what happens in America will happen everywhere else. It's just a matter of time. So I hope you found this to be informative, interesting. I hope you liked it. Please like, share, subscribe. Most of all, please subscribe. We're trying to get to 1,234 subscribers. It's not a big number. It's not a lot, but it makes a big difference to me. Joe mentions an interesting case written by Justice Thomas and concurrence by Roberts Breyer and separate occurrences by Alito Kavanaugh. Oh, okay. That's an interesting bill. And Dal saying that a citizen marksmanship program should be subsidized to facilitate voluntary long arm ownership. That would be interesting too. You know, there's a lot of options. There are a lot of ideas out there, not the least of which is mental health. But we're not doing that. Again, I will make this very clear for everyone. We need to answer the question, what makes someone decide that the only answer is to harm innocent individuals? If we do not answer that question, we will never make you safe. Period. And there are probably more than just one answer to that. As we have seen with the shootings and stabbings in LA, in Oklahoma, in Texas, New York, across the country. There's lots of different reasons. But if we're not asking that question and trying to answer that question, nothing else our government is giving us is ever going to make you safe. And in fact, they're not trying to. They're just trying to take advantage of you, emotionally manipulate you, to coerce you into accepting that they did something. And that just isn't good enough. So, yes, Dal, I saw what you did. But, guys, I thank you. We've been here for 4 hours. I'm going to take a break. And I thank you, each and every one of you, for staying here, for listening, for asking questions, for calling in, for telling me what you think, because I think it's important that we hear all the voices that aren't being heard. Because CNN, MSNBC, ABC, the New York Times, they're not asking you what you think. They're telling you what to think. Joe Biden, Governor Whitmer, Governor Newsom, Kathy Hochul, the appointed governor, they're not asking you what you think. They're telling you what to think. And I think that's wrong. Because they're not giving us better solutions. They're just giving us a way to keep them in power. That's not a trade-off that Americans should ever make. So, it is time for me to take off. And yes, for those that don't know, I do go over to the Belmar in Binghamton, Southern Tier. You're more than happy to join me. I'm going to have a drink. I'm going to enjoy the Belmar. It's a great place. My friend owns it. It's not a paid advertisement. I just love it. I think it's got good food, good people. You're happy to join me there as well. And I will be back every Sunday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, to talk about the issues that matter to you from anywhere in the world, to hear your voice, because no one else will listen, to talk about the issues that affect us all, because you deserve that. And I hope to see you with us again. Also, look for our videos throughout the week on all various different issues. But I want to thank you for being my audience, for being involved. I thank you, and I appreciate you, and I'll see you again very soon.